Like I'm dying on my deathbed. Control me, I just want to.
Yes, the one in orange is between.
The pain take control of me. I just wanted to let go. I just wanted to let go. Pain take control of me. I just wanted to let go. Just wanted to let go. Alright. We on day 5 murder trial. Day 5 murder. We on day 5 murder. I said fuck it, man. I'm not gonna be here whole stream, but I'm not gonna be here whole stream. I'm leaving at 11. It's 8 o'clock. But the stream's still gonna be up while the trial going on. So I'm gonna be here till 11, but the stream gonna still be up till 2. I was gonna call off today, but I'm gonna be a big dog. I'm taking my ass to work. I need the money and I'm going to work, man. Me calling off ain't gonna do shit. So I'm gonna be a man. I'm taking my black ass to work. Alright.
Fiber information.
It's day 4 in the murder trial for Jacksonville rapper Hakeem Robinson, also known as Ksoo.
What you say? He said, Chicho, shit, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm taking off. Why? What's going on next week? What's going on next week? He said nothing. Hey, you stupid, bro. That nigga said nothing. Yeah, I still probably call off today, bro. That nigga ain't even frozen yet. That bitch ain't even frozen yet. Hold on, go put this on back. This on busting. You might as well take a vacation though, bro. You might as well, bro. Hey G, stop playing, bro. Go ahead and take 11 days off, bro. Go ahead and get you a smooth 11 days off, gang. You tripping. Go ahead and get your smooth 10 days off, nigga. Well, it's 12 because you get your two what's 14 because you off 2 weeks and you get 2 weekends off. So then go get your 14 days off, little nigga. Fuck wrong with you. 14. Cause you work 5 days a week, so you taking off 2 weeks and then 2 weekends. So that's 10. Yeah, 14 days. Go ahead and take a little 14, nigga. Fuck wrong with you. Nigga, why not? Like you could get it in, grind up, get back to your money shit, catch a little money plays, get back to your money shit, you know what I'm saying? Cool it, clean up the house, chill, and go back to work. Shit, I take my vacation in 3 more months, man. I'm out of here. I'm gone.
On trial for the 2020 murder of Charles McCormick. Testimony is set to continue today from the Duval County Courthouse.
You gonna need more time than 3 days though. That ain't no vacation. That's a weekend. Even if you wanted that, even if you wanted that bitch to be a vacation, that is not no vacation. That is a little weekend, a little ass weekend.
No, and I understand, and I'm in agreement with that. But if she can't be here in an hour, I guess we'll cross that bridge, and I'll ask what you'll want to do. But are you okay with me calling her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, is it something that is done at sidebar? I understand there's no camera in here right now. But just
Right. Well, which I'm not going to put her on speakerphone to speak.
All right, I'm only gonna be
I don't
here
know
for
how
3
else to
hours,
do this
man.
other than,
Well, 3 hours.
well,
y'all go in the chambers.
I'm about to leave the crib for a little bit.
yes, let's. Well,
All right. Got my headphones. I got my headphones, man. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. All right. Day 5 of the Ksoo murder trial. If you're not hip on what's going on, we've been through day 1, 2, 3, and 4. Give a little recap on yesterday. Yesterday they was basically connecting the phone data from the towers and shit. So yesterday was connecting the phone data from towers. All the people that took the stand was that, except for his daddy. His daddy took the stand. He snitched. I thought the daddy was gonna renege, like, y'all made me do it. The daddy ain't do that. So, hey, and they got the daddy off the stand in a day, nigga. I thought they was gonna do the daddy like YSL Woody. I thought the daddy was gonna be on the stand for the rest of the month. I ain't gonna lie to you. They clean Pops up quick. The defense had to do that. You can't keep no witness on the stand that's placing your client on the scene. He like, you got to get him up out of there. They had to. So, day 5, I don't know what the hell going on. I know I did say I wasn't going to stream today, but I hate to be one day behind. So, I'm getting off at 11 o'clock. But when I get off, I'm just going to move my camera out the way. And I'm going to leave it on to the end of the trial. I'm not coming back. I got to go out of town real quick, do something. And then I come back, got to go straight to work. I was going to call off, but I ain't doing all that. Let's get into this motherfucker, though.
but then the defendants aren't going to be present.
Just fine with me.
Oh, she gave that number?
No bullshit. His daddy a fool.
Have a picture of it? Number?
No, I have one that's something else.
Yeah, that's the same.
Oh, these are blue.
So put this in perspective, right? Look at this, bro. Got that Blackberry bubble gum. Put this in perspective, though. Just using this example because this is closest to you, right? You with your little cousin, right? You with your little cousin and your little cousin brother, the little hot one, the one that's always doing all the bullshit. You with them two, it's y'all 3. So you know what's going on. You know y'all riding around looking for the ops. How could I put that shit? And y'all get locked up. Your cousin snitching and his brother snitching. They both was there. But you the only one that didn't get caught breaking into the lady house. So it's like you really got the offs because they got caught and you didn't. But they put you on the scene. If you're a jury, you wouldn't believe the 2 niggas that's putting you on the scene. And it ain't like it's 2 random niggas. The 2 people is your daddy and your homeboy. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, how the fuck you supposed to get around that? Like, that shit is wicked, dog. Judge Valdez, what's up? Nah, the judge named Tatiana. She a thought. Judge named Tatiana. That shit crazy. I never seen a white person named Tatiana. That's crazy.
We have the property
All right, so is it Mr. Robinson's position that you all can come back to chambers with me to call the jury?
And then they got the nerve to change their clothes and they put on the lady husband pajamas. Like them niggas some dicks, man.
He remains out here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, you're okay with that? Okay. All right, then if I can see counsel for Mr. Robinson and counsel for the state back here, we'll go into back chambers to call the juror.
I don't like this shit. Then the left audio don't work and then the right audio work. I hate this shit. I need to get that shit together.
Did you identify or find any?
Hogan,
What about leads regarding?
like a pedicure. Obviously, they're .223 caliber, but they did not knife him back to the handgun or the other rifle.
So were the Glock and the rifle?
You get that shit together,
That
bro.
same song, or the song of a child singing that of the.
And counsel for the state back here, we'll go into back chambers to call the juror.
Same problems again, man. The fucking headphones don't work on the left side, only the right. I don't know what this should be about.
We would like to absent ourselves and excuse our jury for the presentation by Mr. Robinson. Okay, all right. So my initial thought was, and I'll leave it to the state too, if you want to give 2 closings or just 1 closing. If the state wants to do 1 closing in front of both juries, and then we'll do Whitaker's closing, excusing Mr. Robinson's jury. State will get the rebuttal to Whitaker's closing. Then Whitaker's jury will leave, and we'll do Robinson's closing, and then state gets rebuttal to Robinson's closing. The question I have is, is there any issue with me bringing them back, instructing them together, understanding that Whitaker has an additional charge that Hakeem Robinson doesn't? This jury, you have an additional charge to consider separately and then letting one go deliberate while we're doing closings on the other one. Any thoughts, suggestion, comments, concerns?
I will be seeking an additional jury instruction that will not apply to Mr.
Okay. Okay.
This ain't working
Well,
on
we'll
their
discuss
side.
instructions, of course, at the respective charge conferences. But any issue then?
Well, the state's thought is this, is our plan is to give 1 initial closing argument in front of both juries.
Okay.
Then we can excuse the Robinson jury for a significant period of time, depending on when we begin those. We do the Whitaker jury closing, rebuttal close, charge, with a separate charge, have them start.
This YouTube page shitty.
The understanding the court may want, and the defense may want, and the state may want, to seal that verdict if they get a verdict before the Robinson jury is done. And then we would begin with the Robinson closing, followed by the state's rebuttal.
Okay.
Charge. So separate charges, separate rebuttal closes, but 1 initial closing where we present all the evidence of the dual trial.
All right, so that's what I had also perhaps envisioned. Is there any objection to that from Defendant Whitaker? No, Your Honor. Any objection to that from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our
Okay. Well, all specialized instructions need to be requested in writing. That's what the law is, and prior to trial. But if you're going to get me some, then get them to me today. Because I suspect then if we're finishing the testimony today, and I don't know how many witnesses Defendant Robinson intends to put on today, we would stay tonight to do charge conference. So I need to know what special instructions or additional.
Wow. Big. The defense done with their witnesses already. They got one more witness for the first case. Nigga, huh? That was quick as fuck.
Additional instructions, I might add, are being requested.
And I have included a dual rough draft copy of the jury instructions. So obviously, if we are going to charge them separately, I'll need to amend that, but that should be pretty easy. It's just a matter of taking
Right.
two
So
names out and putting.
then I'm going to need 2 drafts, one for each defendant. Okay.
That will not be hard to do.
So for scheduling then, because you've named or you've mentioned, Mr. Ksoo, several witnesses you were going to call, do you anticipate, assuming we can start here in the next hour and get through the state's detective, that you would be able to call all your witnesses this afternoon? Okay. Who can't be called this afternoon, or who's not available to be called this afternoon?
So we have certains and we have question marks. What I can say to the court, I'm a little bit reluctant to say exactly who because the state hasn't arrested yet. I don't know if they're gonna, like who they're gonna call, and there's a few that are still a question mark. What I can tell you is that we intend to have Howell here today. He's a quick witness. We intend to have 2 of the civilian witnesses here today. They were notified last night. They're, speaking to their employers. I don't think there's a problem. I did speak to Graham. He could be here tomorrow morning at 9. And then there's the question.
Oh, I thought he couldn't be here on Wednesday. He can now be here on Wednesday?
Be here on Wednesday.
Ah, okay.
Graham, because he's now retired and runs business, his afternoons are full with that business, and he can be here tomorrow to be the first witness. Then after that, there's a few of the question mark witnesses. One of the big one is Ahmad. We still don't know what time is going to work out because she's 7 hours in advance. Then there's a matter of impeachment witnesses for the testimony that Abdul Sr. would give as to his opinion because it's his son, even though he was away in prison for a vast majority of my client's life. We have a bunch of other family members, people that have the same relationship with my client that we intend to call to impeach testimony of Abdul Sr. and also to lay the predicate for his reputation for truthfulness within that community.
Okay, so can those folks testify today? I guess I'm trying to see how we're going to fill our time today with the defense witnesses. So then tomorrow it sounds like only Graham, unless these other witnesses can't be here today.
So one of the witnesses, Your Honor, is the manager that was spending a lot of time with my client, Johnny Shipes. He testified before the court in the Arthur hearing, and he did testify about the immense amount of time that he was spending, that they were traveling, that they were doing music videos. So he does have a lot of time with my client right up until then. I did speak to him and his assistant yesterday. My understanding he's currently in Europe. We would like to call him purely for the impeachment via Zoom, like Ahmad, because he's potentially out of the country. We have a conference call with him tonight. He works weird hours, so this is something, understanding Europe's ahead, that we have a conference call with him tonight at 6:30. So my intent would be to call him tomorrow. So we have a few in the morning tomorrow, a few in the afternoon today. I think that there's a potential that we use up the court's time and we keep a diligent schedule, and then we could go into closings tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
A couple of points. First, beginning with Doug Howell, Your Honor, I would request that we proffer that testimony unless the defense can ensure the purpose of calling him is not for his personnel reasons and some legitimate reason beyond impeachment. For the defense has brought that up before about some of his personnel issues. So we wanted to make sure that that was not the reason that he was called and that would not be referenced in any way.
Okay, what is I don't know what Howell's testimony is going to be.
On January 14th, the day before the murder, less than 24 hours, about 12 hours before the murder, my client was at the JSO property room picking up property. Howell comes down, he's in a red shirt, has a long conversation with my client.
I might be in the wrong field, gang. Hey, G, I might be in the wrong field, bro. My real calling Mike was a lawyer, Brody. My real calling Mike was a lawyer, bro. Like, that really probably my call on some legal shit. I probably really a snitch in real life. Like, I probably got some of that in my blood, like somewhere in down the line because I be knowing what be going on, bro. Like, look, 5 days later, before the defense about to start their shit, the state telling them about a certain lawyer. You only can call them up there if you're not using them for perjury to identify perjury. Like they trying to do that lying shit. They trying to catch a nigga lying, thinking they gonna get the case like that. I said that from the beginning too. The defense own that shit.
My client looked like. I mean, we've had testimony of a video shoot months later, months earlier, of a body scan years later. This is literally hours before.
Oh, so through him, you're going to introduce a video of Mr. Robinson from January 14, 2020?
Correct.
Okay.
And also his view of my client. He was deposed on this issue. He was asked a specific question. Based on the conversation that he had with Mr. Robinson that day, would you ever describe him as short? No. Would you ever describe him as slender? No. Now, if he were to try to deviate or explain and show some motive, then potentially for impeachment, we have no intent of trying to get in his tweets unless he were to deviate or soften or try to do something outside of the depth.
Well, we all know the rules of evidence. We all know the manner, mode, and methods of impeachment, either by prior inconsistent statement, by prior felony or convictions or crimes of dishonesty. How would the contents of his...
My bad, I said the wrong word. Impeachment. They trying to get their first witness. The defense trying to tell them like, if you're gonna use them to try to for impeachment, then you can't type shit. Cause how you even know that's what you gonna get, and you ain't even understand yet. You feel me?
Personnel file, of which I'm unaware, mind you, be relevant and or serve as impeachment for the expected testimony that you have just outlined that he may give. That is the description of the defendant from his contact with him on the 14th and the introduction of the video that shows the two of them together from the January 14th date.
It would go to bias, Your Honor. So if Sergeant Howell, let's say he gets up on the stand and he's like, well, you know, my understanding of slender is somebody that's under 250 pounds, right? Like something odd like that. Then the tweet where he says, what's wrong with America? Number one, marijuana. Number two, marijuana. Number three, black people. Then we would say that goes, my client is African American, that his bias towards, I mean, that's inexcusably racist what he wrote, that perhaps he's changing it because he is racist and he's testifying against my client. Again, I'm not trying to get that out. I want to get out the video that's hours before and to keep him confined to his deposition transcript, which is you get a conversation, the person that they're saying the shooter the day before, not short, not skinny.
Okay. Well, if you believe we get to that point of impeachment, I would ask that let's bring it sidebar so I can make my ruling on that and decide if in the manner and method in which the questions have come out, if that is proper or improper. So I would just ask for you to not go there until we have come sidebar and I can properly rule on it, in context having heard his testimony.
Of course. I mean, if he just gets up there and he testifies consistently with his deposition transcript on that and other issues, then I'm sitting down.
Okay.
Thank you for that. The other issue is, to date, the defense is still not listed any witnesses. Now, I'm not going to ask to strike witnesses if they're on our witness list and we know what they're going to testify to. For example, Doug Howell. He was deposed.
Out of all the shit we heard today, the defense gonna bring Ksoo friend so his friend can tell him what Ksoo was at January the 14th. And he gonna show them a video of Ksoo, how he looked at it that year. But what about the daddy and what about the daddy putting his son there? What about his phone being pinging on the cell phone tower? Shit crazy, like Nigga said that oh, his friends gave him that gun for the music video. Nigga said, oh, that's the group cell phone. Nigga said, um, he not slim. Nigga said, bro, like they got an excuse for everything. The driver and the dad, nigga, and the brother, like. And niggas, I've been on Reddit and shit. They said that they don't got a lot of evidence. They said they got less evidence for the Bibby murder than they got for this. All they got is online shit. I can't wait to see that one. Like, that shit sound crazy. But they said they ain't got no evidence for the Bibby jump. Just he say, she say shit.
The woman from Jordan was deposed. We're not going to make those motions because we want the defendant to have a fair trial. But there are a number, the witness he just referenced that is in Europe, and then all these impeachment witnesses, they've never been listed. We have no idea who they are, and we would.
Damn. Defense got hella impeachment witnesses. Know what that mean? They still trying to get that loud.
Move to strike all of those witnesses as Richardson violations, and I'm putting the court on notice as to that. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what their records are. I haven't talked to them. I don't know who they are.
Nigga said that Akeem Robinson. Nigga said, who killed such and such? That nigga said, he didn't even want to say. He said, Akeem Robinson. Like, nigga, toughen up, nigga. The fuck?
The testimony from Abdul Robinson Sr. was known, anticipated, deposed on years ago. And so here we are today with surprise witnesses. So that have still not been named. So
Okay. Have any of those witnesses, Mr. DeCoste, been disclosed in discovery to the state?
They're literally listed in the witness list for the Arthur hearing. Johnny Shipes, his sister testified. His mother is listed as a witness, Ebony. All of that's in there, but at the end of the day,
But his mother's been seated throughout this entire trial.
and I made a known sidebar before they asked the question, look,
And you all invoked the rule.
and I made it clear, sidebar, that if he's allowed to testify to this, because our position is no witness is allowed to comment on a video unless they were present at the time, which he wasn't, or an expert. And so I said, sidebar, turn to Mr. Cooper, and it's on the record. In the event that you elicit this testimony, we have a whole bunch of people, including them, that will be called to impeach his testimony.
Oh damn, I was muted. What I said wasn't really nothing for real. I was just like, this YouTube page audio fucked up, gang. Like I can't hear shit.
Nature of impeachment, like if they were to call an impeachment witness, you don't have it listed. That's the nature of the rebuttal witness. So because they were able to open that door, then we're calling witnesses to testify. The fact that they were in here, the state knew that they were in here, knew that that was a community. Because I also made reference to that is his community. They would testify as to his reputation for truthfulness. So this whole idea that the government is surprised by this is incorrect. Mr. Shipes testified years ago in the Arthur hearing. He's been involved throughout. The government has. They pulled up yesterday to refresh the recollection of Abdul Sr. contract. So they opened this door by eliciting that testimony, and we, by law, have a right to rebut it.
Don't you have to provide the names of the witnesses you intend to call to the opposing party?
For rebut, if they were to call, based on the way that the state does a rebuttal witness many times, they don't. They just call the witness, and that's a rebuttal witness. Like if the defendant gets up on the stand and goes, "I would never harm somebody," and then they bring up somebody who's a rebuttal witness. Many times we don't know that. They will know in advance the name of the.
Them people playing the dirty game. Yeah, it's the court case yesterday that the whole time the left jump was only working, the right won't. Now the right only work and the left don't. But since the right only work, it don't work on none of my headphones. I don't know why. But I know later in the stream it's gonna switch back over to the left. The left one work way better. They need to get their shit together, bruh. The defense playing dirty, nigga. They didn't even give the They didn't even get the prosecutors their witness list yet. They were just gonna call their witness as the day goes on. Like, so how the fuck they supposed to get prepared for it? Like, what the fuck?
Person's date of birth, they can do all the search. They know Johnny Shipes. They've known that since yesterday. His mother.
But I'm not so interested with Mr. Shipes, but when you've pointed to folks in the audience who, by the way, other than Mr. Hakeem Robinson's mother, who was in the audience or has been in the audience and watching trial, at least yesterday, pursuant to Mr. Abdul Robinson Sr.'s testimony, he didn't recognize anyone else as being part of his community, as you've outlined. So my question is, who of the folks who've been sitting in court watching this trial since the beginning are you intending to call, and how do I allow them to testify since they've been in here?
You can't do that. I thought you couldn't do that. If you're a witness, you can't sit in court from the day one. You can't come to court until it's damn. Imagine being able to hear the whole case and then you get to come be a witness. You know what's going on already. Even if it's set up, you know what's going on. It's gonna be hard for the jury to believe that shit. Alright, what the fuck? I was a witness before, but I couldn't come to court until the day of my shit. It was some little bullshit. My homeboy got bit by a police dog, and we just had to tell like what happened when we all seen the dog. Like, what did we do when we all seen the dog? Yeah, just say that. But we couldn't come to court. It was like, we have to come on this day. It had a little paper. It gave us directions on. Damn, nigga get to sit in the crowd and then testify. That's dope. They know what's going on. They could spin that bitch however.
Since the beginning, watching the trial, and you all invoked the rule, which would prevent any witnesses from being in here and watching the trial, who have now.
You can't do that at all. Like, I don't know what the fuck the defense think they got going on. I don't know my law, but I know for sure if you're a witness, you can't come until the day you testify. And after you testify, you could come every other day after that.
Now had the benefit of hearing and seeing all the evidence.
So, Your Honor, to answer the question first about the ability to be able to color testimony, it's different when there's something where there's some grading.
My fault. This nigga a pussy. I gotta find some headphones. I can't hear this nigga, bro. Bro, this nigga is low, bro. Hold on. I be forgetting I got the cord ones. This nigga talking too low. I can't hear a word. I can hear the lawyer. I just can't hear him. He don't want to talk loud because he don't want the court reporter to write that shit down. Oh ass.
On this, it's either it's a person or not. There's no coloring the testimony. We asked a question. Looking at that video, is that consistent with Hakeem Robinson's height and weight at that time? It's a yes or no question. So the whole coloring the testimony thing does not play into it.
Talking about something, he only calling them up there so they could testify to his height and weight. Bro, but still, even if they do, they seen pictures of the killer. So they not gonna come up there and say Ksoo was skinny. They not gonna come up there and say that. Now they gonna be like, he was always big. No, the fuck he won't, man. But now, even if they do get the chance to go up there, they gonna go with that. They not, who the fuck gonna go up there and be like, oh yeah, he was thick. Man, hell no, nigga was slim. I mean, he was, I don't know, that shit crazy.
With respect to who would be called, for instance, Abdul Robinson Sr.'s daughter
people have been getting up and coming out and going into this courtroom throughout the entire trial. I don't know who's who or who's related to whom. That I can't say. My question is, do you have the names of the individuals that you are intending to call? And if so, can you provide them to the state?
We are verifying that now. We started the process yesterday of selecting, because we're not going to be cumulative. We want one or two family members to then call them.
Nigga, y'all was putting this trial together. Y'all was putting this trial together for over 3-4 years. And you telling me you started your witness list over? Nah, bro, they done. They cooked. So you telling me the way the prosecutors come and made you redirect everything you had going on, that's over with. That's it.
And yes, we would absolutely let the state know in advance that they can search it.
Now, unless you Tom Brady or one of them niggas, you hit.
By nature of it being public speaking cameras. So we're trying to figure that out right now. I think by lunchtime we know exactly whom, if any, and we can give that to the state on the record.
Free hump.
Okay.
And obviously, this is not the way trials and law is practiced, Your Honor.
No.
I will indicate.
I know Ksoo probably fucked up, but not so, because trust me, with these paid now public defender, they can work their move. But no, a paid lawyer actually going up there doing what their client instructing them to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's crazy. Like, them niggas really went up that joint. So basically, bro, they don't have a witness list, bro. The defense don't have a witness list. They were putting this case together for like 3-4 years. They had to have one, though. It seemed like they started it over.
That back, let me give you a date. I can see it. That Mr.
And then the lawyer was like, and then the prosecutor just got on the stand, was like, this not the way the trial work, Your Honor. And she was like, you're right. Like, these niggas don't have a witness list, bro. And then they trying to put the mama on the stand, the defense, but they can't, because the mama been in court since day one. If you're a witness, you can't come to court until it's time for you to testify, no matter what. So now, if they put the mama on the stand, she'd have heard everything that was going on since day one. She gonna spin that motherfucker. Even if they ask you, was your son skinny or big, she know what to say, because she know what they expect. So it's gonna be hard to believe. It's gonna be hard to believe that shit.
First, Ms. Hawass listed. There is no date on here, but it was.
Go down to the certificate of service.
But it's accepted by the Duval County Clerk on February 18th of 2021, so around that time. There is a list. It says hearing, witness and exhibit list. This was for the bond hearing, the Arthur hearing. They've listed certain witnesses, all in care of the defense, that they intended to call at the bond hearing, including Ms. Walters, Mr. Shipes, who he's referenced here today, and then the 126 Category A witnesses. We have let the court know, there's never been another discovery notice filed by the defense.
All right, we have someone from the Hakeem Robinson jury knocking on the door.
The scary part about this, bro, I know Ksoo got bubble guts right now. I hope he ain't eat none this morning. Because, bro, you facing life, and your lawyer coming unprepared on a 2M case? Nah. Bro, that must be a life sentence itself. Just thinking about, like, what could possibly happen to my life. My lawyer coming to a murder case unprepared. Like, wow. They swear they was ready to pull some OJ shit. Nigga said they about to do to brother what they should have did to OJ. Nigga smoked his ass.
It's going to call. Of course, we've been mentioning this at the final pretrial, and we mentioned it during the course of the trial, and the defense saying, well, everyone we've already listed before.
The defense talking low, so if they ever say some good shit, I'll relay that shit. I could hear it. But the niggas the nigga talking so low he don't even want us to hear him. That's the crazy part. He doing that shit on purpose. Nigga ain't talking about nothing.
That doesn't give us the opportunity to depose these people, to do any research for these people, and that is why discovery rules exist and require the defense to list their witnesses in a discovery exhibit of who they intend to call, and that is to be done.
If the defense ain't got no witnesses, they gotta end the trial. They gotta go ahead and say no witnesses. They can't do that. You can't put together a case during the case, nigga. That's why you got pretrial and shit for and shit like that. So if they ain't got no witnesses, they gotta skip that witness part. That shit gonna hurt them. They need a family member, a credible person, or something to come talk on Ksoo behalf at least.
Was it 15 days? I don't remember the exact times. It's to be done years ago. And so here we are today. I am letting it go. The state is letting go the people that we know what they're going to say if they've been deposed in the case. That's a little different situation, because I would agree that there's no prejudice to the state if we know what they're going to testify to. So we'll accept the lack of listing of someone like Doug Howell. But the listing of their family members and people they listed in the bond hearing, it greatly prejudices the state of Florida, and there's nothing we can do about it at this point other than move to strike the witness's testimony.
Your issue then clearly is the rebuttal witnesses. First, I put on notice of it years ago. By nature of it being a rebuttal witness, our discovery obligations are list people that we intend to call in trial. We have no intent to have to rebut their witnesses. That's something that happens during trial. There are many different things that can happen on rebuttal where we're getting witnesses that are outside of the witness list. Now, there's no prejudice to the government. There's no surprise in here. Specifically on the topic of the video, they know that the witnesses are going to get up there and say, that's not him. There's no surprise, there's no prejudice in that, but we have a right to rebut that testimony with people that fit the same parameters as Abdul Robinson Sr. I made it known before they elicited it, they chose to elicit it, now they claim prejudice. There's no argument yesterday's sidebar as to the names of the people, the information they chose to elicit it, so they're willingly in this position. And we haven't played some game, we let it known before trial. We have previously adopted the state's witness list and calling those witnesses. We would have to be clairvoyant to know who we're going to call in rebuttal should a witness get up there and say something that we are confident is never going to come up trial.
Let me ask this question, because you did depose Abdul Sr.,
Yes.
and in his deposition, whenever that was years ago, he identified his son as being in the video. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were intending then to call another family member to look at the video and say, no, that's not him, wouldn't you have known to do that at the time that you deposed Abdul Sr.?
That's crazy. He supposed to. The nigga know what he doing. He wanted the people he ready to call up there to watch the trial to know what to say when they go up there. That's the crazy part. I don't even know why they up this bitch talking about him bringing up somebody who gets sent in that bitch. Nigga crazy.
And if so, why wouldn't you have listed that person?
So, Your Honor, the answer to that is no. I was fully confident, without any doubt, that that would not be admitted because the case law is clear. The witness has to be either an expert or be present. And I've dealt with this in Tallahassee. I've dealt with this in the Middle District of Florida. I've never had a witness be allowed to comment on the identity of the person in the video unless they fit the strict parameters of the case law. So that was one of those things. I'm like, this is an admissible testimony. We did not expect that to come out, and we need to rebut it.
And do you have any case law, rule, statute that says rebuttal witnesses don't have to be listed as discovery exhibits to the opposing party or have to be made known to the opposing party? I'm going to take this under advisement, mind you. I'm not ruling right now. I will give you all the opportunity to find whatever case law you want, since no one has cited me anything at this point, to say that witnesses that you are calling at trial don't have to be disclosed to the opposing party.
They were disclosed. They've known about Johnny Shipes.
When the fuck? No, nigga, when the fuck they start doing that? Don't do that.
But
That's like me pulling up to a fight and I don't know you got a gun and I'm just pulling up because I know I got the hand. I know I'm about to beat the brakes off your ass. But nobody told me you had a gun. Nigga, if somebody told me you had a gun on you, my dumb ass wouldn't even showed up. Nigga, tell me you got a gun, nigga. A fair fight. That's what it's called, my nigga. What the fuck?
But what about this community of people who you are intending to call, whose names I still yet have not been told who they are? That's all I want. I'm not going to hear any further argument. I'm taking this under advisement. Y'all get me some case law because this isn't an issue right here this morning. We still have the state's case that we need to call witnesses on, and then we'll likely have a lunch break. So I will give you this many hours to do some research on the matter, and then I'll rule before the defense starts its case. All right, so we have the juror on her way. Is there anything else we need to take up relevant to the detective's testimony, who presumably you are calling next? Okay.
I know yesterday we addressed some of the evidence regarding the Instagram records. I think that has been
This
resolved.
nigga's still on the stand.
Oh, has it?
I believe it was already stated that. I want to agree, just to be sure. We filed the notice of intent certified business record.
Right.
To get those records in. I don't recall if both defense counsel opinion on that or not. But I wanted to bring that back up. I do know that we had some discs that I intended to introduce, so I wanted to make sure that defense counsel looked at them and viewed them, to make sure they don't have any objections before I intend to introduce them.
And which exhibits are these? Those videos.
The video events. And
So this number, when it comes to Instagram, means that he can change this, and that's not appropriate for his testimony. He can't testify, he can this is how he did to this. That's improper in the testimony by the detective, he's not taught by the commissioner, relying on his testimony outside the scope of.
Recess, any of you inadvertently watched, read, or listened to any television or newspaper stories that may have been printed or aired about this case? If so, please raise your hand. If you'll have a seat there, and please sit up close to the microphones and speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard by all. You may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Christopher Smith with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2014, about 11 years now.
And what's your current rank and position at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant in the Robbery and Violent Crime Unit.
Now, prior to becoming a sergeant in that unit, were you working as a homicide detective?
I was.
And were you working in that capacity back on January 15th of 2020?
I was.
And on that date, did you get dispatched to the shopping plaza located at 7001 Merrill Road in reference to a homicide investigation?
Yes,
And that's in Duval County, Florida?
it is.
And do you recall around what time you were dispatched to that location?
It was about 11:49 a.m.,
And do you remember when you arrived?
12:18.
What day of the week was January 15th, 2020?
It was a Wednesday.
What was the temperature like outside that day?
High 70s.
Now, how was the homicide at that location actually reported to police?
Several 911 calls.
When you got to the shopping plaza, were other officers and patrol officers already on scene?
Yes.
And had they already worked to ensure that that scene was secured?
Yes.
Now, because you were dispatched to that location, were you the lead homicide detective?
Yes.
Were you working that investigation alone?
No.
Can you kind of briefly explain to the jury how homicide investigations work?
So the homicide operates in 6 teams at that time, 6 teams of 4 detectives. We work through a rotation, like a batting order. We just cycle through. Typically, the 4 members of the team would be dispatched through it, but we got, I believe, 2 murders around the same time. So the other half of that team went somewhere else, and we needed other detectives from the office to come and assist.
What was the end of 2020 in your investigation?
Charles McCormick.
And around what time did that murder take place?
Before 11 a.m.
That had been shortly before 11?
Yes.
When you got to the location, was Mr. McCormick's body still on the scene?
Yes.
And where was it located?
On the sidewalk near the Express Employment, between I think it's a Baptist Primary Care.
Did you notice any visible signs of damage to that area or the surrounding area?
Yes, there was a bullet, appeared to be a bullet defect on the glass of the express employment, and then the sidewalk had also been hit several times.
Were there any shell casings located at the scene?
Yes, 11 .223 caliber shell casings.
And was a crime scene unit requested to respond to actually help process that scene, photograph it, collect physical items of evidence?
Yes,
And was that Detective Dunn, was that the lead detective?
yes, she was.
Now, as the scene was being processed, did you and other detectives that arrived interview potential witnesses who were on scene?
We did.
Now, did you personally interview Victor Kruger?
I did.
And did Mr. Kruger have any evidence or information that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, he witnessed the incident and had a dash cam.
That dash cam recorded the murder?
It did.
Were you able to watch that video while you were there at the scene?
Yes, we requested a technical support unit detective respond out, and he was able to allow me to view the footage. I think he took the SD card out of the device and played it.
So that a copy of that video could actually be recovered as evidence?
Yes.
Now, when you watched that dash cam video footage there at the scene as part of your initial investigation, did it assist you or provide you any investigative leads when you viewed it?
It did.
All right, and what was that?
It gave a description of the shooting suspect and the firearm used to shoot, and it also provided, sorry, that was later. I only watched the only clip of the murder at that time.
Did you later learn that it also captured a vehicle that was used?
I did.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
Appeared to be a gray Nissan Altima.
When you were there on scene conducting your initial investigation, did you learn where that Nissan Altima was located?
Yes, it crashed on Townsend Road.
Had it been pursued by law enforcement?
Yes, it was pursued by Officer Jimmy Collins.
Now, when that Nissan crashed on Townsend Boulevard, were any of the occupants, the suspects inside, apprehended by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No.
During this investigation, was Jacksonville Sheriff's Office still actively looking for those suspects from that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, prior to leaving the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, did you attempt to locate any other cameras or video surveillance that may have captured part of this incident?
Yes.
Did you find any other cameras?
Yes, we went to the Dunkin' Donuts that's right there. I think it's closed now. They had video surveillance which captured the parking lot where this took place.
Did you get a copy of that video surveillance?
Yes, we were told we had to go through their corporate, but eventually we did get a copy of it.
And have you viewed that video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, is the quality from the Dunkin' Donuts camera as good as Victor Kruger's dash cam?
It is not.
Can you briefly tell the jury what you observed on that Dunkin' Donuts video surveillance that assisted with your investigation?
You can see the victim park his car before he goes into the express employment business. You can see the gray Nissan park about a parking spot behind and a parking spot to the left of the victim's vehicle. After the victim comes out, you can see someone appear to exit that vehicle, and then right after Mr. McCormick.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8F. Can you tell me if you recognize that as?
I do.
And what is
So
this?
the nigga won't go on to work.
It's a Dunkin' Donuts video.
And is this video fairly accurately depict the footage of the Dunkin' Donuts that you're seeing?
Yes.
You're at this time, the state will seek to 8F evidence as the appropriate.
Okay. Any objection from Mr. Whitaker and from Mr. Robinson? Okay, 8F will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 188.
Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
I want to play a couple clips from the video surveillance. Tell us what we're looking at
Nigga got a bald head, little peanut head.
on your screen.
All right. That's the victim about to back into that parking spot right there.
And then this next clip.
I don't know how often police officers got to
Appears the
test
victim's
them.
going inside the express employment.
Show that video, man.
You can see the gray Nissan Altima driving that way, coming, it's about to park. It's going to go out of frame for a few seconds and come back in. And there it goes. It's going to park kind of behind the victim's vehicle, like I said, and a little bit to the left.
Is there an individual at the top of the screen that's walking?
Yes.
And who is that?
Appears to be Mr. Kruger.
Is that where his vehicle was parked?
Yes, the red truck there. And it appears the victim is exiting the business. At the same time, someone exits the passenger side of the Nissan and is starting to chase him down. As the Nissan and the trucker start to go forward at the same time.
Who is that? I got them niggas going in their bathroom. Like, what the fuck?
Time.
They got 3 bathrooms in this bitch.
And it appears the person gets back into the Nissan. And they both take off in the parking lot.
After you finished your initial investigation and kind of walked through the Merrill Road shopping plaza, where did you go next?
After that, we went to the crash location of the Nissan Altima.
When you got there, were other officers still on scene?
Yes.
And was the search for the occupants of that Nissan Altima still in progress?
Yes.
Did that include the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office aerial unit, a helicopter also being routed to that area?
Yes.
Was there any type of alert sent out to the citizens in the surrounding area?
Yes, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sent out a kind of emergency text with a brief description of the suspect.
Now, in addition to officers looking for the occupants of that Nissan Altima, were other detectives investigating an active burglary to a home just down the street,
Yes.
specifically at 1033 Townsend Boulevard?
Yes.
And that was down from where that Nissan Altima had crashed?
That's correct.
Who was the reported victim of the burglary to Townsend Boulevard home?
Barbara Buckley,
And who was the lead detective assigned to that investigation?
Detective Richardson.
Now, based on the location of her home and the time frame of when that crime took place, did you believe it was possibly connected to your murder investigation?
Yes.
And with that in mind, did you and Detective Richardson stay in touch and kind of work the case together? Were you able to determine who owned the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And who was...
Bro, I don't even want to leave, bro. Time goes so fast when I gotta go somewhere, but when I ain't doing shit, nigga be in this bitch like that. I'm be fighting demons in this bitch.
that?
It was registered to an Ever Gooch Merritt. She has since passed away. I talked to her son-in-law.
Were you able to rule her and her family out as suspects in this case?
Yes.
How so?
The vehicle had been stolen in November of 2019.
God damn.
And that was reported?
Yes.
Because that Nissan Altima was on Townsend Boulevard, did you request additional crime scene detectives to arrive to assist with documenting that and collecting any potential evidence once it could be removed from the scene?
Yes, the vehicle was sealed in tow.
Hey! Gotta keep these crazy ass niggas out my bathroom, bro. Them niggas don't. Fuck. I stepped on this sticky ass thing. Them niggas don't know how to clean up my bathroom, man.
To our evidence warehouse, where I later obtained a search warrant for it.
Now, did you, as well as crime scene detectives, participate in the search of that vehicle after you had the warrant?
Damn.
Yes.
Was anything of evidentiary value found inside the Nissan Altima?
Yes, there were 2 firearms left inside the vehicle, 2 white shirts, and then several swabs were taken by crime scene.
Okay, so did you request DNA swabs from the Nissan Altima,
Yes.
including the interior?
Yes.
Did you request that that Nissan Altima,
Them niggas left all that goddamn evidence on the scene, man.
the car itself, be processed for any potential prints?
Yeah. Yes.
Were there any prints of value found on the exterior of the Nissan Altima?
No.
Were any prints of value found on the interior of the vehicle itself?
No.
Did you request any additional testing be done for any of the items you just mentioned that were collected inside the Nissan Altima?
Yes, the firearms were sent off for latent prints as well as DNA swabs. The shirts eventually went to FDLE for DNA testing, and then I sent several swabs for DNA testing as well.
Did you also submit the firearms, the Glock and the rifle that were recovered to FDLE so that they could be tested for operability and compared to any shell casings from the murder scene?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a minute, but did you also seek to find any potential video surveillance in the neighborhood of Townsend itself based on where that car was located and what happened to Ms. Buckley?
I did.
Were you able to find any video surveillance?
Yes, I was.
And did that include video surveillance on 1430 Townsend Boulevard?
Yes, it did.
And that's already in evidence, but what did that video surveillance reveal to you?
It depicted a orange Dodge Challenger driving down Townsend Road towards the location of the 1033 Townsend Road. Sorry.
And why was that video significant to you?
Given Ms. Barbara Buckley's description of the vehicle the suspects left her house in, it matched.
And how many suspects were reported to be involved in her case?
2.
Did you find video surveillance from 1214 Timber Lane as well?
Detective Gibson did and requested our TSU unit respond over there.
I gotta
And
reroute
that video
that
is also already in
motherfucker.
evidence, but did you have a chance to review it?
Yes.
And what does that video depict?
It shows 2 individuals in dark colored clothing hopping fences in backyards.
And that would have been after the Nissan Altima crashed?
Yes.
And what about video surveillance from 1204 Belmead?
Yes.
And what did that video depict?
It depicts a male wearing a gray and black hoodie running, and then I can't remember the exact amount of time passed, but you can also see Officer Collins running that way as well.
Now, at the time that individual in the gray and black hoodie was captured on Belmead video, was that the same time that the other 2 individuals were captured in the opposite direction on Timber Lane?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Buckley's investigation, were any items of evidence collected so that they could be submitted to FDLE for potential testing?
Yes. Swabs of her neck and wrists were collected, and her clothing as well.
And was that submitted to FDLE for potential DNA testing?
Yes.
While waiting on those results, was Ms. Buckley that same day able to provide any information, description that assisted in identifying any potential suspects that day?
She was.
Right. And briefly, what was she able to provide that assisted in that?
She described a tattoo on one of the suspect's arm. It said 1993. Believe Detective Richardson conferred with our crime analyst unit and located a male matching that description. A photo spread was made from there.
So based on the location and the specific tattoo?
Yes.
The general characteristics? Was that photo spread presented to Ms. Buckley?
It was.
And were you made aware of the results of that photo spread?
Yes, she picked out Dominic Barner as a suspect who took her home that day.
And based on that, was an arrest warrant for Dominic Barner obtained that same day?
It was.
And was Dominic Barner arrested on that arrest warrant on January 15, 2020 in the evening?
It was, along with Janera Smith.
When Dominic Barner was taken into custody on January 15, 2020, did you observe any tattoos on his body matching the description that Ms. Buckley provided?
I did.
And were those tattoos documented?
Yes, a crime scene detective responded and photographed him.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Going with the mark of identification as state 7Z, 8A, and 8B. And tell me where that is.
Yes. Those are photographs of Dominic Barner. Tattoo on his right arm that says Butta, which is his nickname. And a tattoo on his left arm that says 1993. Yes.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? And from Defendant Robinson? Okay, then, thank you. State 7Z will be marked into evidence as number 182. 8A will be marked into evidence as 183. And 8B will be marked into evidence as 184.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
Detective, or Sergeant, showing you states 182. Who's depicted in that photograph?
Dominic Barner.
States 183. Is that his right forearm?
Yes.
And then states 184.
Yes. That's his left arm. Shows 1993.
After Dominic Barner was arrested for the crime against Ms. Buckley on January 15, 2020, did you continue your murder investigation?
Yes.
Was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office latent print unit able to examine the firearms you submitted for potential prints from that Nissan quickly?
Yes.
And in fact, on January 16th of 2020, were you made aware of some of those results?
Yes.
Now, based on the results, did you have an investigatory lead that led to another potential suspect associated with the investigation?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
There was a print found on the Glock handgun that came back to a Hakeem Robinson.
Were there any prints of value found on the rifle?
No.
Now, do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
He's on the second row in the middle, wearing a beige suit, glasses.
Your Honor, if the record would reflect, he's identified Hakeem Robinson.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
Were you able to get DNA results back on January 16, 2020 as well?
No.
So unlike TV, does it take some time for FDLE to process DNA submissions and to get those results back to you during an investigation?
It does.
Now, on January 16, 2020, based on the evidence from the Nissan Altima and the information misbited, were Dominic Barner and Hakeem Robinson both considered suspects, potential suspects at that time?
Yes, at that time.
Now, excuse me. In March of 2020, did you learn from FDLE that some of the DNA testing that had been requested in Ms. Buckley's investigation, the swabs from her neck and wrist and the clothing, that testing had been completed?
Yes,
Was Dominique Barner's DNA found on any of those items?
it was.
And was there any other DNA identified that provided you with another lead to a potential suspect?
Yes, there's DNA that linked back to Leroy Whitaker.
And where was that recovered from? Do you recall?
Her pants.
Based on Leroy Whitaker's DNA found on Ms. Buckley's pants, was an arrest warrant obtained for Leroy Whitaker in relation to Ms. Buckley's crime?
Yes.
And when was Leroy Whitaker arrested on that arrest warrant?
It was April 6th of 2020,
Where was Leroy Whitaker located when he was detained on that?
East Point, Georgia.
And so did the East Point Police Department detain him and serve that warrant for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Was anyone else with Leroy Whitaker when that arrest warrant was served on him?
Yes.
All right, who was with him?
Hakeem Robinson, Abdul Robinson Sr., Abdul Robinson Jr., Malquise Worthen, and Torgon Williams.
Was Leroy Whitaker then brought back to Jacksonville?
Was.
And do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
He's in the front row wearing a gray suit, red shirt, looks like a gray bow tie.
Your Honor, if the record will reflect.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
During your investigation, did you later receive additional results from FDLE regarding the shell casings collected from the plaza where the murder took place?
I did.
And what did you learn regarding those 11 shell casings?
Obviously, they're .223 caliber, but they did not knife it back to the handgun or the other rifle.
So were the Glock and the rifle that were recovered from the Nissan Altima excluded as having fired those?
Yes.
Did you ever locate the actual murder weapon?
I did not.
Later, did you also get...
I can't hear
results from
Nathan,
FDLE
bro. It's like
regarding
it's
the
getting
testing of the
worse
interior
and
swab
worse.
from the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Did that DNA testing also provide an additional investigatory lead regarding potential suspects?
Yes, the swab from the driver's compartment came back to Hakeem Robinson, as well as a mixture of other people.
Now, what about the two white shirts that were recovered from the Nissan Altima? Did you also get notified of the FDLE results regarding DNA on those shirts?
Yes.
And did that include DNA from both Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, and it included a hair from Shepton Hogan.
So once you were made aware of a hair whose DNA matched Chiffon Hogan,
I'm saying his name correctly, I'm sorry.
maybe me, did you attempt to investigate him in any way to determine whether or not he was a suspect?
Yes.
And were you able to actually speak to him?
Yes,
Did you also identify a phone number that he was using at the time?
I did.
And do you recall what that number was?
904-240-5517.
Did you request cell phone records associated with that specific phone number?
Yes.
And did that include cell site information and location?
Yes.
And did you request to have that information mapped by the FBI CAS unit to determine where that device was located at relevant times?
Yes.
And based on those results, was Chiffon Hogan ruled out as a suspect?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an individual named Chris Brown?
Yes.
Did you ever receive any investigatory leads from FDLE regarding DNA testing from the Nissan Altima or any of the items within it identifying Christopher Brown?
No.
What about Torgon Williams?
No.
Their DNA is in the system that FDLE has access to?
All right, sustain if you'll re-ask the question.
Are you aware of whether or not Christopher Brown's DNA is in the system for FDLE to access?
Not that question, overruled. The question is he aware, yes or no?
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I performed a CODA search for their DNA. It is in the system.
Okay, I'll sustain on hearsay.
You're over.
I'll ask the jury to disregard that last answer to that last
They
question.
suck for having
Strike
this
anything,
audio
just
like
ask that
this.
they disregard it.
Already though, she gonna get
During your
crazy.
investigation, because you are aware of who Christopher Brown is, did you attempt to verify whether or not his DNA had been collected in any other cases?
Yes,
And had that been done?
they have been.
And were you, again, just to be clear, did FDLE ever submit to you any investigatory leads regarding DNA recovered from the Nissan Altima or any of the items inside matching Christopher Brown? And the same for Toriel Williams? During your investigation, did you also attempt to identify social media accounts that belonged to Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Did you find any?
Yes.
And do you recall what his Instagram account was?
Ksoo 23X.
Were you able to view some of the content on that Instagram account very early on in your investigation?
Yes.
Very early on, day of and the days leading after McCormick's murder, did you see anything that you believe to be relevant to your investigation posted to that account?
Hey, to all y'all young niggas, y'all know though, but it's an FBI investigator. I mean, he's an investigator. Like, he's a police officer, investigator. He be on Instagram on your shit comparing murder weapons and shit. Just know, you think you slick? Just know there's a couple niggas like him just having their way.
Yes.
And what did that include?
It included, there's a small child singing a song. That was about the day of the murder. And then on, I think it was the 19th of January, the victim was posted. And the caption, or text that was over it said bye-bye. And then I think a day later, there was a video of someone in a salon getting their, looks like a pedicure, with the caption, kill a nigga and get my toes.
Was there also an Instagram live video that you observed?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes?
Yes. The
I'm
child.
trying to see these videos, man.
I did.
Is that a very accurate copy of that?
YSL was showing us everything.
It is the video of Mr. McCormick. Yes. 8M appears to be the nail salon video with the text saying, kill a nigga and get my toes done. 8N appears to be the live video from the Ksoo 23X account.
And you were able to make recordings of those?
He didn't even feel right saying nigga.
All right, any objections from Mr. Whitaker? Any objections from Mr. Robinson? All right, then we'll begin with 8L. That will be moved into evidence as number 194. Okay, thank you. 8M will be marked into evidence as 195. 8N will be marked into evidence as 196, and 8O will be marked into evidence as 197.
I'm showing you what is now in evidence as State's Exhibit 197. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's a live from the Ksoo 23X Instagram.
And why was this?
After today, recaps only. Like, after today, if it ain't like the one a nigga from the hood, like the daddy or one of them type people, if it ain't one of them, then we gonna do a recap. We don't watch it, cause like really sitting through this right here, like the detective is really pointless for real.
This video is significant to you.
The
We can easily get a recap after trial for shit like this. Like, I hate sitting. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't like sitting through it like this. Like, but after today, that's how we gonna do it. If it ain't nobody important, like one of their homeboys or something, we just gonna do recaps.
sweatshirt he's wearing.
It's Ksoo.
And at the top of that screen, Ksoo 23X Instagram account icon, I guess, that you can see at the top of that where that's being filmed.
Yes.
And you said that the clothing was significant. Why was that clothing significant? What was that based on?
It is very similar to the clothing seen worn by the shooting suspect.
Page 194. Is this the music video that we just talked about that was posted on January 15, 2020?
I'm sorry?
January 15, 2020, is this the Instagram story video that you recorded on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
Oh, he was bobbing his head. Oh shit. Watch how quick. Oh, remember I said the daddy shit was gonna be everywhere. Watch how quick this gonna be everywhere. They gonna say the detective was on stand bopping his head to Ksoo music, and they were saying "man down." Shit crazy, bro. And then they could speed it up a little bit, keep the audio the same, then have his head hitting a little normal speed. They gonna tweak this bit.
Are you familiar with that song?
I am.
Who's the artist that recorded that song?
Young and Ace.
What's the title?
Ksoo Homicide.
And states 196.
Hey, good. Never mind. I think it's good to watch it too, because then people, this how we see the videos, like the cops and shit. Short, like, this how we gonna see them gruesome videos when people like this get on the stand. So we're just gonna do the trial, man. We're on the Fruit channels doing it too.
Yes, that's the victim in the purple shirt, as was posted to Mr. The Ksoo 23X Instagram account. Like I said, with the caption "Bye Bye." That appears to be a snippet from the Bang It Out music video.
And then lastly, states 195.
This is the
I wish
pedicure.
I could just send my girl, but I ain't gonna do it.
Overruled.
Read this shit, man. All right.
So that last video was posted on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Oh, this shit's sweet as hell. It's all Beatty's music. You talking about Beatty?
Based on that information, the videos we just discussed and that everyone got to see, did you attempt to get a search warrant, or did you get a search warrant for the Instagram records associated with the Ksoo 23X account?
I did.
And were you also able to identify an Instagram account for Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall whether or not you were able to identify an Instagram account for Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Oregon Williams?
Yes.
How were those accounts verified by review of those individual accounts that you were able to make yourself?
Yes.
All right. And
Bro, it's 9 o'clock, bro. Like, the time never go by fast on the regular day. Like, all because a nigga got somewhere to go. That shit is, bro, it's almost, that shit crazy, bro.
by reviewing those Instagram accounts, were you able to see photographs and videos associated with the account and the usernames?
Yes.
Right. And based on that information and other information you gathered during the course of your investigation, did you submit search warrants to obtain records for each of those accounts?
Yes.
And did you receive those records?
I did.
And were you able to review the Instagram records for those accounts?
Yes.
Did a review of those Instagram account records assist you with identifying phone numbers being used by those individuals at the time?
Yes.
In addition to identifying phone numbers, when you reviewed Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account of Ksoo 23X, did you see any communication on there on January 15, 2020 that caused you to seek the records of an additional account?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the target number of that account that communication was made with?
Yes, I was able to find the target account, which is the Instagram ID number.
Okay. And did you submit a search warrant to get that account information?
Yes.
And did you receive that?
I did.
And, Your Honor, if I may approach one.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing you 9S. For that information, take a look at this binder. Tell me if you recognize what's contained in that.
Today my Friday and I'm getting paid a full paycheck. Yeah, I'm always calling off, nigga. I rarely see a full jump. I'm the call off king, but hey, we in there this week, man. They gotta go school shopping and shit for the kids, man. My kids go back to school next week. I am geek, nigga. Quickest summer ever. It feels quick over here because you gotta think about it. East Coast don't go back till September. We go back to the beginning of August because we get out a month before East Coast. So it felt crazy, but nigga, this summer was fast, bro. Nigga, my son back in football. We gonna turn up this shit in football though.
Yes. It's certified business records from Meta or Facebook. It is complete with the usernames, IP addresses, registration information for the accounts for Hakeem Robinson, Raekwon Howard, Euro Whitaker, and Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes, any objection from Mr. Whitaker?
Just those prior stated.
And any objection from Mr. Robinson? Okay. And understanding those objections, I'll overrule, and at this time, States 9S will come into evidence as 227.
Sergeant, I'm showing you page 1 of the Instagram records for one of the accounts. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And who is the registered email address for on this account?
RaekwonHoward4@gmail.com.
And at the top of the page, there's a column that says target. Is there a number next to that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to, still part of stage 227, but this is a different account, page 1 for, do you see the target number as well as the account name underneath that at the top of the page?
Yes.
And whose account is this?
It's the Ksoo 23X as Mr. Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account.
Now further down the page, there is a registered email address. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you take note of that?
Yes.
And did that come into play later in part of your investigation?
It does.
And specifically, what did you do regarding that email address?
I looked at it compared to the phones of Mr. Robinson.
Were you able to obtain Apple records associated with that email address?
Yes.
And did that lead you to one iCloud account?
Yes.
And did you obtain records for that iCloud account associated with that registered email address?
I did.
Going to page 2 of the same account, is there a phone number associated with it?
Yes, it's the 904-704-1595 number.
I'm going to go to page 2353 of the same account. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us what is depicted in the text at the bottom of that page?
RIP, big brother, you know I stood on all 10 about you. There's some emojis or something, and it says it's been a year.
Now, did you find a corresponding photograph for that text on a cell phone belonging to Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Yes.
And who was depicted in that photograph?
It's the graveside of Willie Addison.
Do you see the upload IP address associated with this?
Yes.
Right. And did you take note of that when you viewed this account?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a second. Still part of stage 227, page 2049. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Overruled.
2050. You see the photo ID at the top of that page?
Yes.
All right. Is that photo ID for the image that was on page 2049?
It is.
And does this upload IP address exist for this image as well?
It does.
And does this also contain information showing when that image was posted?
Yes.
And is that consistent with the video we just saw moments ago when you downloaded it on January 20th, 2020?
Yes.
This is just in UTC time?
Yes, sir.
Page 2155 of the same account, does that indicate a photograph including text at the bottom?
Yes.
Right. And what is the text?
We don't play.
Right. And you also have the upload IP address associated with that?
I do.
And when was this photograph uploaded?
UTC time, it's January 5th of 2020.
The next slide, is that the photograph associated with that text and photo ID from the previous page?
Yes.
The next slide, 2145, is that another photograph that was contained on that same Instagram account?
Yes.
And then 2143, another image?
Yes.
And 2144, that photo ID at the top, is that for the previous photograph we just looked at?
Yes.
And does it contain the same upload IP address as the other images in the nail salon video?
It does.
Now going to page 6677. You recognize this page?
I do.
And can you just tell the jury briefly what's the significance of this page and what you see on it?
So if you look at item type, it says video call event. It says it's between one RPG Poppy. You have to look at the target ID. You'll notice it's the same as the one for Raekwon Howard, and then the Ksoo 23X account.
And when were those video calls taking place?
January 15th of 2020.
Does it show a time?
It does. It's 15:53.
At UTC time?
It is.
So would that be 10:53 a.m. in Eastern time? When was the murder again?
It was January 15th around just before 11.
Showing
I ain't even mean to
different
pay.
Instagram account. Do you see page
Trying to
one?
make it look Italian nice.
All right, and who is the
You
account?
gotta put some more water in
top
it
of the
and
page?
put it back in.
It says Aki Scotty.
That bitch gonna be hitting tomorrow.
Is there,
Look at that bitch.
went to the next page, a verified phone number for this account?
You gotta get that bitch.
What is that phone number?
904-803-3671.
Get that bitch decent.
Next page, is this also part of that same
Gotta let
Instagram
it all
account?
milk.
Yes.
Got it all milk down.
And what's the significance of this photograph?
Depicts Mr. Whitaker.
And then page 278 on this account, does that just reflect the information associated with the image we just saw a moment ago?
Yes.
And then page 437, are these a series of messages
Yes.
on that account? And how is reviewing some of these messages, how did that assist you in your investigation?
Verifying phone numbers. If you look, there's a message between the target account and a Big Wani 64. He asked, "Shit, what's your line?" That person, the account holder, then replied, 904-803-3671.
Can you actually circle that on the screen?
Sorry, it is these two texts, specifically right here and right here.
And then page 1057, the same thing?
Again, you see the target holder talking to underscore KEKAOIR. And basically, right here, you see a message where it says, "Laugh my ass off, we will FaceTime you later." There, and then they reply with this number here. Again, it's the same 904-803-3671 number.
Now, this message is on January 31st of 2020.
Yes.
The prior message was that in December of 2019?
If you could go back, I could tell you, but I believe it was before.
Yes, do you see it there?
Yes, it was December 19th of 2019.
So that same phone number was being given out on December 19th of 2019 and then again at the end of January 2020.
Yes.
For Abdul Robinson Jr., you indicated you identified an Instagram account. Do you recognize page 1?
I do.
The account name for this account?
It is KKRAXY, and the name is Crazy K.
Is Abdul Robinson Jr., does he have a nickname
Yes.
that you're aware of? And what is it?
Kareem or Crazy.
Page 436. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here? And you can circle it on the screen.
You're looking at messages between the K Crazy account and various people.
Zaydan, be
There's a
quiet.
message from the author that says, "Send me your number."
Slam your ass.
It's right here. And then
437, is that a continuation of that same communications?
yes, you can still see the Vito 4.0.
And then going to 438, what do we see?
The continuation of the conversation, and eventually the author of the K Crazy account sends a phone number at the very top right here. It is a 904-624-3684 number.
And page 694.
Same thing. You see the K Crazy account talking to Queen of Diamonds, but it's spelled differently. At the end, at the bottom there, she asks, "What's your number?" Oh, sorry, right there. "What's your number?"
And then on 695, do we see that number?
Yep, and then he replied here with a 478-491-2831 number.
Going to page 1172.
Again, you see the K Crazy account talking to a beautified tip, is what it says. And the author sends a message, or the K Crazy account sends a message. "You can tell old boy to call me at 904-624-3684, right there.
Is that on January 4th of 2020?
It is.
(1116) of the same K Crazy Instagram account. You recognize this page?
Yes.
And is this the data associated with a video file that you found on Instagram, on this Instagram?
Yes.
And is this that video file?
That is it.
Man, that shit don't sit right with me. Niggas say they gon' ride with me. When you die, I'm on your side. Mama, I need.
Based on your review of the Instagram records you received, did you also identify a phone number for Torgon Williams?
I did.
You recall what that number was?
It's 305-321. I can't remember how it ends.
0896, does that sound familiar?
It does sound familiar.
That number that you identified, did you ultimately get cell phone records for each and every one of those numbers?
Yes.
All right, so the number associated with Hakeem Robinson, his Instagram account, Leroy Whitaker's, and Abdul Robinson Jr.'s?
Yes.
In addition to Torgon Williams?
Yes.
All right. Did you then receive from the cell phone carriers for each of those numbers subscriber information, call detail records, cell site location information, data files, if available?
Yes.
Did you find anything in your review of those records that connected Chiffon Hogan to this investigation?
No.
Hey man, I appreciate everybody that's in here with me cooling, man. For the people that's in here with me cooling, man. Hope y'all having a blessed day. Couple hours, I'm about to leave, but I'm gonna keep the trial up. But I'm about to leave in a couple hours. Gotta go handle some business. But I'm keeping the trial up, man. But y'all stay blessed. We in this motherfucker.
Based on his cell phone records and where that device was located, was it anywhere near the shopping plaza at the time of the murder, or Townsend Boulevard where the Nissan Altima was located?
No.
Was there any communications from his cell phone records that you found connecting him to any of these suspects?
No.
I want to show you demonstrative aid, states 10F. The cell phone records are currently already in evidence, but I just want to go through some of the information that's been provided for these phone numbers for the jury. And so this is essentially a color legend. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And are these cell phone records that we're about to look at color-coded?
Yes, they are.
And is that just for ease of reference for the jury as you're explaining some of these?
Yes, because there's there's various numbers, and it's hard to keep track of these number twos.
And all of the records are actually on disk and evidence for the jury, but at this point, just for ease of reference, we're going to go through some of those selected phone numbers and the calls, okay?
Overruled.
Start with phone number 478-305-9583.
Okay.
And actually, before we go into that, can you explain to the jury how you identified this specific number?
So while going through the Instagram account of the Ksoo 23X account, I observed several IP addresses. I subpoenaed the IP addresses to various phone carriers. The phone carriers returned the 478-305-9583 number, and I then did a historical cell site warrant for that number and got, I believe, data records.
Now, the IP address that you referenced, that you noticed and caused you to send that subpoena request in, that then identified that phone number, was that the IP address we referenced a few moments ago associated with the upload of the nail salon video and image?
Yes.
As well as the images of Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker together on January 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Now, once you identified the 478-305-9583 number, did you also request records from Apple associated with that account?
I did.
And did you identify an iCloud account associated with that specific number?
I did. It was a House of Pain 904.
And was the 478-305-9583 number, how was that connected to that account?
So, I don't know who has an iPhone, who doesn't. So whenever you set up an iPhone on your iPhone to ask for an Apple ID, typically it's an email address. And in this case, it was the House of Pain 904.
Was the 478-305-9583 number the verified number for that account?
Yes.
So starting with the 478-305-9583, is the subscriber information that you received back from T-Mobile related to that specific number?
It is.
And who is the subscriber name for this?
Is a Daryl Watts.
And when's the activation date?
Activation date is 11/12/2019.
Next slide, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here that is highlighted?
So the two highlighted portions, you'll see the calling number is that 478-491-2831 number.
So, sorry.
There's two calls on January 15th.
And the time frame, it says 14:13:46 and 14:26:29. Is that in UTC time?
It is.
So would you have to subtract 5 hours to get it in Eastern time?
At that time of the year, yes.
And so that would make it, what time?
Around 9:13 a.m.
I'll take that account for a moment. Going to 904-704-1595. That's the verified number for the Ksoo 23X Instagram account?
It is.
And who is the name associated with the subscriber information for that phone number?
Ebony Walters.
The next slide associated with this account, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in terms of the highlighted portions at the top and the bottom?
You'll see two phone calls, one on January 15th, another one on January 17th between the 904-704-1595 number and then the 904-624-3684 number.
And so the 904-624-3684 number, based on Instagram records, you believe to be associated with who?
Abdul Robinson Jr., sorry.
All right, and so that's a very brief call, but that's on January 15th, 2020, and it looks like just after midnight?
Yes.
Now, the next series of slides, still associated with 904-704-1595, do these depict the data usage for that phone on January 15th, 2020?
It appears to, yes.
And does it appear to be fairly consistent data on the phone beginning just after midnight through the bottom of the columns on this page?
Yes.
And that takes us to about 5:08 a.m. on January 15th, 2020?
Yes.
And then next page, columns 26 through 33, that continued data activity.
Yes.
And then the next slide, 34 through 42, again.
Still activity, yes.
Next slide, 43 through 53. And let me go back actually to the prior slide. It ends at 42. What's the time for the last activity for this phone on January 15, 2020? Slide.
12:11.
So that would have been approximately 7:11 a.m.?
Yes.
And then the next slide, the data activity begins at what time?
18:10.
So that would have been approximately what time?
About 1:10 in the afternoon.
So from just after 6 till 1:10 in the afternoon, no activity as reflected in these records.
As reflected in these records, yes.
Going to phone number 478-491-2831. Do you see the subscriber name associated with this account?
I do.
And what is that?
It is Daryl Watts.
The 478-491-2831 number, where was that identified as in Instagram accounts?
It was identified as Junior's number on his numbers.
Abdul Robinson Jr.'s?
Sorry, yes.
And so is this under the same account information as the other 478-305-9583 number?
Yes.
What's the activation date for this phone number?
11/12/2019 as well.
So is that the same for both 478 area code numbers?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here on this slide?
We are looking at two phone calls at the very top between the both 478 area code numbers, and then after that, there's a phone call between the 904-624-3684 number and the 478-491-2831 number.
Bro, my page jumping. What the fuck happened? God damn, nigga. My shit. What the fuck going on? My shit doing triple from last week. Last week, I only had 1,000 visitors on my page last month. Man, I got 6,000 on my shit for this month. God damn. Man, let me see, June. What the fuck?
And then in the middle, I think it goes to voicemail of some sort, but I guess they intended to call that number. So.
Now, going to a different phone number, 904-624-3684. I believe you already indicated that was Abdul Robinson Jr.'s number.
Yes.
This is the subscriber information for that number.
The account name is J Brown with an account effective date or activation date of 10/24/2019.
That's the same number that was given out in his Instagram account.
Sustained.
Is that the same number?
Yes.
All right, going to the next slide, can you tell the jury what we're looking at? Are these called detail records?
Yes, they are called detail records. The highlighted red line appears to be a phone call between Mr. Robinson's 904-704-1595 number and the 904-624-3684 number.
And what time is that?
It's January 15th, 2020 at, I think that's 5:24.
Is that in UTC time?
It is, sorry.
You can have to subtract 5 hours.
So it's about midnight 24.
The next slide.
At the bottom, you'll see the two in the green, that's 904-624, which is Mr. Abdul Robinson Jr.'s number, calling the 702-918-4911 phone number, which belongs to Mr. Barner.
And what time is this call?
It is 9:42 UTC -5, about 4:42 in the morning.
And then the next slide, we have a lot of different colors.
Yes, there's various calls from the 904-624 number. In the green, you'll see it's, again, Mr. Barner's number. In yellow, it is Mr. Lear Whitaker's number. In gray is Torgon Williams, and I think that's everybody's numbers, but it's constant phone activity from...
For what's highlighted in green, predominantly those 1, 2, 3 calls at the top. What are the time frames for those calls?
That's 9:45 UTC or 4:45 in the morning, and then the last one is 10:26 UTC, which is then 5:26.
Now, the calls that are in gray, whose number was that again?
The phone number in gray belongs to Torgon Williams.
What time did those calls take place?
That call is at 10:48 or 5:48 a.m.
And does that continue to about 1,300 hours, I guess, in UTC time for Torgon Williams?
Yes.
And then there's an additional one at the bottom of the screen at 16:19?
Yes.
What about the calls in yellow? You said those were calls between Abdul Robinson Jr. and who?
Mr. Lear Whitaker.
What time are those calls predominantly taking place?
It is 16:04, so right around, that's 12, no, yeah. Or 11, sorry.
Going back to the top of the screen, though, what's the first call in yellow?
First call in yellow is at 10:48 or 5:48 in the morning.
And then a couple calls after that, shortly thereafter?
Yes, 11:01 to 11:08, you got 2 more calls.
And then going, as I think you were just referencing a moment ago, the majority of the calls at the bottom that are in yellow are around what time?
16:04 to 16:19 UTC.
That equates till just after 11 a.m.?
Yes,
Does that continue into the next slide?
it does.
And again, are all the calls in yellow between Abdul Robinson Jr.'s number and the number you identify as Leroy Whitaker's?
Yes,
There's also a box in orange for at least one call. Do you see that?
yes, the one in orange is between the 904-624-3684 and the 478-491-2831 numbers, which are both attributed to Mr. Abdul Robinson Jr.
Approximately when was that call?
That is at 16:54 or 11:54 and 11:55 a.m.
And then now we have boxes in blue.
So then in the blue, it is 904-866-2370, which is the primary phone number for Abdul Robinson Sr.
Some long ass message watch. 4K back in. What it do, fool? Ready to go roll me up, man? Go ahead, bro. You ain't finna smoke shit. Nigga said finna hit the side door on their ass. The classes and damn, man. I'm already knowing. Bro, take your ass to work, bro. Them niggas going to jail. Niggas going to jail.
When did those calls begin to take place?
Those calls start at 17:20, so 12:20 in the afternoon.
And then the next slide, not as many highlighted, but who are those calls between?
Niggas going to jail.
Again, in the gray, we have the 305-321-0896 number, which is attributed to Mr. Torgon Williams, and then in the yellow, we have the 904-803-3671, which is Leroy Whitaker's numbers.
And approximately what time are those calls?
The call with Mr. Torgon Williams is at 19:34, so about 2:34 in the afternoon, and then the calls of Mr. Whitaker starts at 22:23, so that's 5:23.
For 904-803-3671, We don't have to go through all the calls, but is this the subscriber information that you obtained for that account as well?
Yes.
And then, just as a visual reference, what are all these calls?
Is a myriad of calls between the 904-624-3684 number and Mr. Whitaker's number.
So Abdul Robinson Jr. and Leroy Whitaker.
Yes.
Now, are these all on January 15th?
He going to jail, shorty.
Yes. Yellow, you have the 904.
Nah, though, but my honest thoughts on this bullshit. My honest thoughts on this shit, though, on some real shit, not being funny. When it first started off, I can't lie. Ksoo daddy told him, yeah, he did. I can't lie. When it first started off at the beginning, the lawyer was cooking. Like, then when we seen Ksoo from the waist down, I'm like, oh shit, he thick as hell. And then it was like from the beginning, the lawyer was cooking. It was like, ooh, damn, yeah, Ksoo ain't skinny. What the fuck? Yeah. But then as the trial go on, bruh, the lawyers suck. And I'm glad you see that shit. The lawyers suck. They too busy trying to get prejudice. They too busy trying to get somebody online so they can get a what's that word? Prejudice. They trying to catch somebody on prejudice. It's like they ain't. But you know, out of the whole thing, you know what they not doing? They not saying that they didn't do it. They just trying to catch him. Like, it's weird. Like, but all I know, Ace wasted that money, boy. He should have gave that nigga a public defender. Like real shit. Shit crazy. It's like they trying to catch him in their lies, nigga. To the point where, like today earlier, nigga, the defense don't have no witnesses. Like, huh? Nigga, y'all been creating this case for the last 3-4 years, and you tell me y'all don't got no witnesses, my nigga? And you just letting the court know that shit? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. I know these niggas going to jail, bro. And the crazy thing is that probably not even Ksoo, but these niggas going to jail. His daddy told, and the nigga that pled guilty on the scene told. How the fuck y'all gonna get away from that? And yo, man, they hit it. You know the only way that this will work if they never crashed the car and never broke into that old lady house. That's the only way this shit'll work. What they doing?
462. And then in blue, you have the 904-866-2370 number.
The nigga Pooh supposed to get on the stand, but I think that's for the Bibby case. The nigga Pooh supposed to get on the stand. His brother supposed to get on the stand. Abdul Jr. supposed to get on the stand. A couple more people, but that's for the Bibby one. But a couple more people do supposed to take the stand.
All on January 15th, 2020.
904-866-2370 number that's in blue. Who did that phone number belong to?
Abdul Robinson Sr.
That nigga Pooh was on Instagram like, hell yeah. He said, hell yeah, I'm getting up there. Nigga asked him, is he still testifying? That nigga said, hell yeah, I'm getting up there. Yeah.
Based on a review of those cell phone records.
Yeah, but they said for the Bibby case they got less evidence than this case. In this case, they didn't really even have. In this case, they really didn't even have. Well, I can't say they didn't have none because they had the cop. So, but they said the Bibby case they got less evidence. It's just really he say she say shit, videos, music videos and shit. But we gonna see.
Records, the numbers that you identified. Did you obtain, I guess, the historical cell site information and data files, if appropriate, available, and submit those to FBI, have them mapped to see kind of where those devices were located?
Yes.
Who was the agent that actually did the mapping?
Corley.
Was Agent Corley?
Yes.
Were you made aware of his results of mapping that data?
I've seen them, yes.
The nigga cell phone was pinging on the tower. They said that's the group phone. A lot of other people be having that phone. The nigga had the gun in the music video. The nigga said his friends let him use the gun for the video. The nigga had an excuse for everything. Like the mama sat in the courtroom since the day one, and the defense talking about something they want her to take the stand. Nigga, how the fuck she gonna take the stand if she been in court the whole time? Like, so even if she get up there, how we gonna trust her if she know what's going on? Like, that's crazy. Like, the defense gonna help this nigga go to jail for life. That's all. And then with the Bibby jump, you know, Bibby was a kid, so they probably get that nigga the death penalty, dog. Like, I don't know what the fuck gonna go on. I want to see how that shit gonna work.
That assist you with your investigation?
It did.
Did it provide you with any indication of where your suspects, the people you identified, were located?
Yes.
Right. Relevant to the areas and times appropriate in your investigation?
Yes.
And did it support the suspects you had identified?
It did.
Man, go ahead. Hey.
Well, to leading, it's overruled, and
Hey, 4K back in, where you from?
proper corroboration. What was the question? Did it?
I asked if the results that he was given by the FBI in terms of mapping, did that assist him with his investigation and corroborate what he was doing?
Clarification bolstering.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, it did.
Now, when Leroy Whitaker was detained in Georgia,
Hey, 4K back in, where you from?
were there any cell phones that were actually collected by the East Point Police Department as well?
Yes.
And were there multiple cell phones?
Yes.
During your investigation, were you able to eventually take possession of those cell phones and bring them back to Jacksonville?
I was.
And did you obtain search warrants authorizing you to attempt to download those devices?
Yes.
Now, is that something that could be done relatively quickly, or does it sometimes take time?
Sometimes it takes time.
Did it take time for some of the devices in this case?
Yes, I think the
Okay.
last one broke earlier this year.
And is that because you did not have the password or code to get into the device?
I got a homeboy that's from Tampa. Oh, this show state. Oh shit.
That's correct.
And who actually would have done the examination of the devices that you submitted?
A computer forensics analyst or detective.
Okay. Now, the phones that they were able to get into, were you provided a copy
He lived about like 30 minutes away from the stadium.
of the data obtained from those cell phones?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to go through the data associated with those devices?
Yes.
Was a phone that was using 904-803-3671, the phone number you identified
I
as
thought she was my
being used by
cousin.
Leroy Whitaker, was that phone ever found?
No.
I thought it was my cousin because my cousin Instagram name back end child, something like back end child, some shit like. But I know he got back end in his Instagram name. I thought it was bro. Cause I just posted my link, my Twitch, my kick link on my Instagram. I thought that was bro.
Was a cell phone for 478-305-9583 ever found?
No.
Did you recover a cell phone that was using phone numbers identified as belonging to Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Tell that nigga you ain't no goon, man. You a working class citizen, man. Tell that nigga chill.
The 904 624-3684, as well as the 478-491 and 2831.
Yes.
Did you also identify a phone using Abdul Robinson Sr.'s number, 904-866-2370?
Yes.
Were any phones that were being used by Hakeem Robinson identified?
Yes.
For what phone number?
It was the 904-704-1595 number and the 904-704-8910.
And was the account for the 904-704-8910 activated after the murder of Charles McCormick?
I believe so, yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also become familiar with someone named Natalie Gant?
Yes.
Were you able to identify her phone number?
Yes.
All right. And what was that phone number?
Oh
It was the
damn, for real?
904-485.
That's dope. You came from my YouTube? Oh shit. From my YouTube or from the case YouTube, the Ksoo case? That's crazy. That's dope as hell, man. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to stream on here more. Shit. From my YouTube or from That's dope though, man. That's what's up, Brody. What the fuck?
7529 number.
Might as well.
Did you obtain cell phone records with her identified phone number?
Yes.
And then Scotty ass ain't even saying that he won't there or not. Scotty just saying he was in the car, but he didn't even know what was going on. He just saying he was there, but he didn't know they was going to kill somebody. So Scotty in it to win it. he already placed himself on the scene. I guess he just trying to get the least amount of time.
And did you submit to those records to FBI to see if there was anything that they could map?
Yes,
Was there anything mappable?
I don't believe so.
In April of 2022, was Natalie Gant subpoenaed to come in so that you could speak to her?
She was.
Shout out to the YouTube, man. That's dope as hell, man. Shout out to 4K back in. Appreciate you, man.
And did you have a conversation with her at that time?
I did.
Not getting into the specifics, but did she provide information that was relevant to your investigation?
She did.
After that conversation, did she lead you to any place?
Yes.
Right. And where was that?
That was the apartments where she picked up Mr. Robinson.
Do you recall,
Hakeem Robinson.
do you recall the address of that
I
location?
want to say it's the 7201 Arlington Expressway,
What type of location is it?
the apartment complex.
And just behind that apartment complex, are there woods?
It backs up to the Tree Hill Nature Preserve.
What's on the other side of the Tree Hill Nature Preserve?
There's a small body of water, and then it leads up to Glen Echo.
And where is Glen Echo in relation to 1033 Townsend?
It is, by looking at a map, I want to say southeast. I have to look at a map.
Is it in that residential neighborhood?
Yes, it's in the same area.
Is it in the direction of travel that the individual caught on Belmead home video surveillance right across the street? Was it in that direction, generally?
Yes, after obtaining the video from 1204 Belmead, that's what led me to go to Glen Echo.
Okay. Were you familiar with the 7201 Arlington Expressway apartment complex based on your investigation before speaking to Natalie?
Yes.
And why is that?
There is a woman by the name of Miss Boston, referenced seeing someone mentioned the description of one of the suspects getting into a vehicle, a white female.
Did you have that apartment complex photographed after you were taken there?
He said, damn.
Are you familiar with another apartment complex? I think it's currently called Meza Apartments.
Yes.
Where is the Meza apartment complex located?
It's off of East Port Road.
And what is Eastport Road
Get
next to
this
it? That
bald
location?
head
Do you
nigga
recall
off
the
the
other road?
stand, man.
It's not too far away from, I believe, Brown Jersey Court. And
You recognize Palm Lake Drive?
yes, I do.
Is that off of
Damn, they just went on lunch break. Damn.
Eastport Road, Jacksonville?
It is.
And is that near that apartment complex?
Yes.
After you were conducting your investigation, did you eventually get arrest warrants for Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and Abdul Robinson Jr. for their involvement in the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes.
And were they arrested on that warrant for second-degree murder?
Yes.
And then, can you arrest someone on first-degree murder?
No, they have to present the case for a grand jury, and the grand jury will indict them.
Did you also get an arrest warrant for Abdul Robinson Sr. for accessory after the fact?
Yes.
Now, after they were arrested, did you continue to work on your investigation, waiting for results and reviewing evidence?
Yes.
And was that an ongoing process?
Yes.
During that investigation, did you also identify a YouTube channel that was being used by Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
You had a search warrant for that?
I did.
And did you identify or find anything that you thought was relevant to your investigation on that YouTube channel?
Yes. Several videos and IP addresses.
What were the two videos that you found to be relevant?
That same song, or the song of a child singing that Ksoo homicide song was on there, and I believe there was a clip of the, sorry, I review my records right now, I can't really remember exactly what was on there.
Yeah, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes. It is part of the YouTube download results, search warrant results. Videos, FaceTime video call. It was Mr. Robinson.
Why was that FaceTime call relevant?
The clothing he's wearing in the video. It is a copy of the video banging out by Mr. Hakeem Robinson or Ksoo 23X.
And why was that video significant?
When we spoke with just a rifle that looked very similar to the one used in murder.
Your Honor, I didn't ask him to move the evidence is significant.
All right. Any objections from Mr. Whitaker? Any objections from Mr. Robinson?
Previous motions, objections
Okay, thank you. Those objections are overruled, so 8K will come in, I'm sorry, 8J will be marked into evidence as states number 192, and 8K will be marked into evidence as states 193.
Showing you what's in evidence, it states 192. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the FaceTime video.
This last one, bro. I'm gonna get 60 anyway, man. Fuck.
You can see it's a gray body and appears to have black arms, or dark-colored arms and shoulders.
Okay, sustained. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the last answer. You may view the video and determine what it shows.
I say the walls closing
To the
in.
right of this video is a box. Does that contain the metadata provided by
When he was like the walls closing in and 12 coming down on them, he meant that shit.
YouTube?
Yes.
Right. And looking at this, you have a upload IP address.
Yes.
And we got the
And
child.
does that
jumping
upload
in
IP
there.
address look familiar to you?
It does.
And what was that IP address?
It's the same one as I found on the Hakeem Robinson case of 23X Instagram account. It also led me to the 478 number.
I probably gotta use the roller, man. Just to
And it states 193.
solidify the solidify. Killing that.
They call me Ksoo.
They call me Ksoo, and I keep my brain low, and I keep a halo, grinding like it's low. He said my name is Ksoo, and I keep a halo, grinding till my day go. You know about Ksoo, nigga. My name is Ksoo, grinding till my day go.
During your investigation, you
He
indicated
can't
you
rap,
provide
though.
an iCloud account associated with the 478-305-9583. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you received the records associated with that account?
He's just
Did you review
he's
it?
just a good killer. He can't do
And
nothing
did
else.
that account
Like,
contain
he's
both photographs and
trash at
videos?
music.
It did.
Who was depicted in the photographs and videos of the House of Pain iCloud account?
Mr. Hakeem Robinson.
Was it Hakeem Robinson by himself, or was it with other people? What was predominantly on that account?
That
He's
nigga
predominantly by
Abdul.
himself, but there'd be other pictures of people.
That nigga Abdul a fool.
But would he be, was Hakeem Robinson in all of those photographs and videos?
Yes.
Did you ever see Christopher Brown on that iCloud account?
No.
Did anything in your investigation ever link Christopher Brown to this crime in terms of cell phone records, physical evidence, DNA, fingerprints, anything like that?
No.
Was there anything in your investigation that linked the 478-305-9583 number to
The daddy was too old to be thugging with them little niggas though. And that's why I felt like they could have easily excluded the daddy from all that. Cause he ended up being a fucking snitch.
Christopher Brown?
No.
For the records you obtained for the 478-305-9583, you recall approximately when the last activity was on that device?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Okay, crossed by Mr. Whitaker.
There you go. They about to come up this bitch spinning shit. About to get us dizzy. That's my last one. It's all good, man. We gonna
Excuse me, may it please the court?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Smith, Detective, I'm sorry, Sergeant Smith. And before that, Detective Smith, sir. How many years with JSO?
11.
11 years. And you started off in patrol, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure after you successfully completed the police academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And part of your training at the police academy is learning the criminal laws, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you have to learn the elements of theft charges, robbery, violent charges, narcotics charges, sexual assault, the whole gambit, correct?
Correct.
Because as a patrol officer, you never know what you might be responding to, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there are many, many times that officers have to make quick decisions kind of right on the spot to take that legal knowledge they've learned and apply it in real time, correct? And part of that legal concept also becoming familiar with the legal concepts of attempt, like attempting to commit a crime. Sir?
And the grounds? Not based on that question, I'll overrule.
You're aware of the legal concept of attempt?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Aware of the legal concept of a principal to a crime, right?
Yes.
Aware of the legal concept of being an accessory after the crime, correct?
Yes.
And for example, even back kind of in your patrol days, you may have responded to an allegation of theft at a store. Two friends shopping at a store, and your job would be to investigate, should one be arrested, should both be arrested, correct?
Correct.
And you would arrest both of them if you had sufficient evidence they were working together, correct?
Correct.
And even as you have been promoted through your 11 years with the JSO, you still continue to apply this same kind of analysis, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, anytime you make an arrest, and especially on the level of homicide detective, you're going to actually be articulating your probable cause, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you'd either do it if you ended up in a situation where you did what they call a probable cause on view arrest, you would write up your probable cause in an arrest and booking report, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, you would do it through what's called an arrest warrant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that arrest warrant, just like the arrest and booking report, you're going to articulate
What are we getting with? Like what? Like what? What? Like what? Like what? Not for real. What's going on? Like
everything that you feel supports your probable cause to make that arrest, right?
Yes.
So going to 2020, sir, by that time in your career, you had been promoted as a homicide detective, correct?
Oh, okay. Sorry, homicide detective's not promotion. That's the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
It's a lateral move. Yeah.
Okay, yes, sir. But being a homicide detective does carry an extra pressure, does it not, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I imagine one of the very first things that would be your responsibility as a lead homicide detective would be to contact the next of kin for that person who has passed, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine that that is probably one of, if not the most difficult thing you're asked to do.
It can
Is that
be.
fair, sir?
It can be.
And I have to assume that that does put the pressure on you as a detective of kind of an urgency, that you want to be responsive to these people that have lost their loved one, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure it doesn't change your professional standards, but you'd agree with me that is an extra pressure that you carry, correct?
It can be construed as that.
And a pressure to hold those responsible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this particular case, you ultimately arrested Dominic Barner, who was 26 at the time of his arrest, correct?
I believe he was 26, yes, ma'am.
And Abdul Robinson Jr., who was 25 at his arrest.
I don't recall the exact age at the time.
Okay. And Hakeem Robinson, who was 21 years old, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Abdul Robinson Sr., who was approximately 50 years old.
Or somewhere around there.
Okay. And then Leroy Whitaker, who you know had just barely 19 years old.
I can't remember his exact birthday, sorry.
At any point in your investigation, did you feel like the ages of these people were significant?
Significant how?
You tell me. Did you find them significant or not, sir? Doesn't sound like you did.
No.
Okay. So let's talk for a second about your investigation. And obviously, you've kind of laid out that the first break, if you will, in your investigation was Barbara Buckley's description specifically of Dominic Barner, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the facts that you knew even that day, on January 15th, did you feel confident that there was a connection between that crashed Altima and the burglary at Miss Buckley's home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that just basically based on the proximity of the two locations?
The proximity and then the video surveillance from the 1214 Timberlane.
Okay. And you obviously were aware and saw even that day this video surveillance footage that we've all seen that appears that there are two people jumping fences, correct?
Correct.
And might as well talk about it right now. You did have access to that day, as well as the dash cam video that actually captures the homicide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to compare those two videos, obviously.
Yes.
Did it become obvious?
So now what? Leroy won't dare now? Like, bro, he broke into that lady house, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, nigga, his DNA was on her. Like, what in the fuck?
To you that the two people that are jumping through these yards could not have been the shooter.
That's correct.
And it's fair to make that assumption because the clothing is clearly different, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine, although it may have been several hours on January 15th before you had access to the ring surveillance
Okay, he just trying to make sure he don't get caught as the shooter. I get it.
videos showing the backyards, you were able that day to see the two different videos live to see that the clothing did not match.
I didn't see the 1214 Timberland. Eventually, I saw it. I believe Detective Gibson showed it to me.
Okay.
But I did not see it like from the victim or witness whose house it came from.
Okay. They provided it. You have a specific unit as well as officers. Some just have better technology skills than others, and you might have an officer that's able to download something himself, and if not, you have a specialized unit that does that, correct?
That's correct.
And everything as lead detective comes to you, right?
Eventually, yes.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of this investigation, you are the captain, correct, sir?
Yes.
You make all of the decisions, oftentimes in conjunction with the state attorney's office, of how your investigation flows, right?
Yes, but for as far as the investigation to Barbara Buckley, that was headed up by Detective Richardson for the most part. I worked in conjunction with him.
Sure. And obviously, as that was your, I guess, most major lead at that point, you would have wanted to keep close tabs with Detective Richardson in terms of how his investigation was going, correct?
I don't know about close tabs. It was he would come update me whenever something happened.
Well, I assume that you got updated that day that Barbara Buckley identified in a photo spread Dominique Barner, correct? You did not put that photo spread together yourself?
I did not.
You would have let them do that pursuant to their obligations for a burglary, correct?
Correct.
You were made aware that Ms. Buckley never was able to identify the second person in her home, correct?
That's correct.
She was ultimately shown a photo spread similar to the one prepared for Mr. Barner, 6 photos that approximately looked like Mr. Whitaker, and she was not able to pick anyone, correct?
I was not made aware of how the photo spread went.
I'm sorry?
I was not made aware of how the photo spread went to Leroy Whitaker.
Meaning you weren't aware that 6 photos were shown?
No, I wasn't aware of when the photo spread was done and who did it and anything like that.
You just knew that ultimately when it was done, she wasn't able to identify anyone.
I have heard that, yes.
Because obviously that would factor into your investigation as well.
Correct.
When Mr. Barner was arrested back on January 15th, he did agree to be interviewed by yourself?
And Detective Richardson, yes.
I'm sorry?
And Detective Richardson, yes.
And Detective Richardson. Ultimately, he lies to you on January 15th, correct?
Yes.
Your investigation, as you kind of explained, was ongoing, correct?
That's correct.
And over that spring, you were able to get, you've described Florida Department of Law Enforcement records, correct?
Yes.
And that would have given you, as you termed the investigative lead, that you believed you had evidence to put Leroy Whitaker's DNA inside the Buckley home, located on her pants, and inside this Altima car, correct?
Again, Detective Richardson, but yes.
Okay. And ultimately, he let you know that based on that, he was going to be seeking an arrest warrant for Mr. Whitaker for burglary, correct?
Shawty, you might as well. They should have just took the plea. They making it worse. Like, your client DNA was on that old lady, bro. He don't know her from a can of paint. It's like they want us to turn a blind eye or something. Like, it don't feel right, bro.
Yes, what you did.
Okay. And your investigation, though, still ongoing, correct?
Yes.
And as that spring of 2020 continues, you also get what you believe to be cell sites for a phone number associated with Mr. Whitaker, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you believed that these phone records showed him at the locations that were relevant to your homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So with the DNA and with these phone records, you did not arrest Mr. Whitaker for murder, correct?
Not at that time.
Okay. On August 27th of 2020, Dominique Barner agrees to be a state witness, correct?
Correct.
And on that
Getting
particular
low.
day, you meet with him, correct?
It's like it
And
get
it was
lower
actually in the
and
Jacksonville
lower
Sheriff's Office
and
homicide
lower.
unit, was it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met with him in one of your typical interview rooms, correct?
Yes.
And in this interview room, just for our jurors' knowledge, this is a room that has a basic table, however many chairs are necessary. There's nothing on the walls, correct?
That's correct.
And this room is specifically equipped with recording devices that can be turned on and off at any time, correct?
Correct.
And they're also hidden, correct?
Not really hidden.
Well, if someone who did not know what that room was, is there a visible camera, such as we see in the back of our courtroom?
Yes.
There's a visible camera? Has that changed recently?
No, there's a visible camera. It's in the corner of the room, and then there's one in like the wall.
Okay. But at any time you can turn those on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on August 27th of 2020, those cameras were eventually turned on, were they not?
Yes.
Eventually. And I do say eventually because you talked to Mr. Barner for quite a while first, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the benefit of Mr. Barner for your investigation being willing to be a witness in this case is it means you have full access to him, right?
Generally, yes.
Once someone becomes a cooperating state witness, number one, he's housed in the Duval County Jail, correct?
He was, yes.
Okay. So obviously, you can walk right over and talk to him anytime you want, right?
Typically, no, not anytime I want. Typically, we wait for his counsel to be present.
But all you have to do is call counsel.
If I have their number, but I have to confer with the state because I don't have his number.
Well, his counsel was at the August 27th meeting, correct?
He was.
Okay. And the benefit of having full access is that any questions that come up in your investigation have a source to go to, correct?
Correct.
But in this particular case, that didn't happen, did it?
As far as what?
Well, after August 27th of 2020, when Mr. Barner eventually gives his sworn statement, you don't have another interview with him, do you?
No.
You don't ever sit down with him again and say, let's go through this again. Let me just make sure that I have all the details and I've pursued everything that you could possibly help me with, right?
Right.
That didn't happen in this case. Okay. Because if it had, maybe you could have gotten his iCloud, correct?
So, no. The reason I didn't get his iCloud was his cell phone records come with an IMEI number. I ran through an IMEI checker. That IMEI did not come back to an iPhone, so I could not subpoena Apple for that IMEI.
Did you ever sit down with Dominic Barner and talk to him about his iCloud, his social media accounts, how to log in to his social media accounts so that you could review?
I don't believe he had any social media accounts at the time that we were able to identify.
Your belief as we're sitting here today is that he just didn't have any social media.
Not that I was made aware of, no.
Okay. Did you ask him?
Not that I specifically recall right now.
Okay. Because if you did ask him, you'd probably make a note of it, right?
Yes,
And you did write a very detailed report in this case, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, in that report, you do not mention attempting to or inquiring
I
anything.
gotta
in
get
regards
ready.
to
I gotta get ready. I'm gonna
Dominic
check
Barner's
in
iCloud,
before I
correct?
bounce, but hold on though.
Now, in that August 27th meeting, Dominic Barner does give you something you didn't have before, and that is he claims Leroy Whitaker was a full part of this murder, right?
That's correct.
Before August 27th of 2020, you didn't have any evidence besides Barner, right?
At that time, I can't remember the DNA came back on the shirt inside the car.
Well, and let's go through that, because ultimately, when you did do
I
an
don't
arrest
want to
warrant for
be
murder,
all
you did do an
dozing
arrest warrant in
off
this
on the
case, correct?
screen, bro. It's over with.
I don't remember if I did one for Leroy because he was already in jail.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach the witness?
Yes.
Would you refresh your recollection to actually look at the arrest warrant that you completed this case on? And then, sir, you did a tremendous amount of work in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that arrest warrant, you lay out your probable cause, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me, in this arrest warrant, and this arrest warrant, I believe, was served on September 11th of 2020. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. In that arrest warrant, you articulate how Mr. Barner was described by Ms. Buckley with the 1993 tattoo, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, Ms. Buckley is actually able to pick Mr. Barner out, right?
Yes.
And you articulate that you had received the Florida Department of Law Enforcement records that allege Mr. Whitaker's DNA is inside this car on a T-shirt, correct?
That's correct.
As well as separate FDLE results from the Buckley home suggesting Mr. Whitaker's DNA is inside that house, correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, you articulate Mr. Barner's claim that Leroy Whitaker was not just in that car, but that he was supposedly participating, correct?
That's correct.
And that is what made the difference for you to file for a murder arrest warrant, right?
Yes, at that time.
Okay. And as the state, I think, had you mentioned on direct examination, after September 11th, 2020, your investigation does not stop, correct?
That's correct.
And so you still have the ability, if it would be important for your investigation, to continue to order more phone records, correct? More Instagram database, that kind of thing, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the digital evidence was extremely important in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned you had some physical phones that you did a complete download of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Whitaker's was not one of them. But then you also sought specific cell phone records, including call detail as well as historical some an
Yeah.
iCloud, correct?
Yeah.
What dates of records did you seek, sir? And specifically for the records that you feel were associated with Mr. Whitaker?
As far as
Well, for call detail
Man,
records.
ice gotta go. Y'all get the ice
day
out
before
of
the
here.
murder, maybe the day after.
Okay, day before the murder and day after. Have you ever heard of the term historical cell phone records for analysis?
There
Heard
we
of that
go.
kind of technique?
No.
Okay. Would you agree with me if you were concerned that you wanted to identify who was actually using a particular cell phone? It'd be helpful to see what calls were being made over, say, a 30 or 60-day period of time.
It could be helpful, yes.
Like, for example, if someone grabbed my phone today and they looked at every call I made and they found out I called my mom for
Bro. The phone people was there yesterday, twin. Like, how you trying to do that on him? Like, he ain't the phone people. He ain't no professional in tech. The tech people was there yesterday. You all acting like this.
4 times. I called my husband.
She trying to get him to say something different because the tech people already said what they said. So she trying to get him to say something different so what they said can be like, it wouldn't be credible.
I called my children. And I'm
But this nigga a police officer, like, what the hell?
doing that repeatedly. That'd give you a pretty good indication, hey, that's Julie Schlax's phone.
Such as a pattern of life.
And I'm sorry, you used the term
Pattern of life?
pattern of life. Okay. In this particular case, in regards to Mr. Whitaker and the phone number you believe he was using, you did not do that.
No.
Would you agree it can be helpful?
It could be, yes.
It would be helpful to determine specifically if Dominic Barner, based on his allegations, was having any contacts with Leroy Whitaker leading up to January 15th, wouldn't it?
Potentially.
Okay. But we don't know, correct?
No.
In regards when you did have access, full access, to Dominic Barner, you ended up not asking him why he was willing to kill Charles McCormick, did you?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you thought it was probably for money, right?
What he thought about why Mr. Barner committed this crime?
Oh, that's what I'm like, what the fuck she talking about? Like, huh? Did she just ask him? He thought what another nigga thought, why nigga, huh? What did, nah, yeah, they wildin', bro, they wildin'. Yeah, they wildin'. Damn, okay, so.
Yeah,
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. You never asked him, right?
No.
Okay. And
I mean,
Mr. Barner had claimed that he had personally reached out at some time before he committed this homicide, specifically to Charles McCormick, that he had reached out to him through his fake Instagram. And he even gave us the name, Kevin Gates. I guess Kevin Gates is some kind of, I don't know, rapper or comedian, but that was his fake Instagram. That's what Mr. Barner explained to us. Number one, did he ever explain that to you?
No.
Did you obviously ever look for that?
No.
When you
How would he know to look for a fake page? Go ahead, bitch.
spoke to Mr. Barner to get his full explanation, and I've asked you about Mr.
Hey, Junior.
Whitaker, but after you spoke to Mr. Barner, it wasn't just Mr. Whitaker you did an arrest warrant for, correct?
That's correct.
You also did an arrest warrant for Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
At the same time, you're also doing an arrest warrant for Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Yes.
You're also doing an arrest warrant for Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did all those at the same time, based on your conversation with Dominic Barner, right?
And other corroborating evidence, yes.
Okay. Well, for Mr. Whitaker, you had all of that corroborating evidence. What allowed you to arrest Mr. Whitaker was specifically Mr. Barner, right?
Yes, and at that time.
Okay. Because at that time, you had what you believed to be cell phone records, right?
Yes.
You had what you believed to be DNA, right?
Yes.
But those things, at best, if they were believed, would only put him at the scene of a crime, correct?
Huh? Okay, no. This ain't Ksoo lawyer. I'm tripping. Makes sense. This whatchamacallit lawyer. I'm keep on thinking this Ksoo lawyer.
Yes.
It certainly wouldn't prove to you that he participated in it, right?
Again, the only thing I can say to that is Inside the Nissan, there are 2 guns recovered and a third one that we never recovered. There's 3 guns, 3 people. That's kind of hard to say he had no idea what was going on.
Okay, so you assumed that anybody who's in that car must have known. Is that what you're telling us?
Again, 3 cars, 3 guns.
Okay.
That's a very loud statement.
So again, you assumed.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yes or no, sir?
Bro, this bro. Hey, twin, ain't no. Just say no. Just say yes, bro.
That time, yes.
Yes. So the ultimate answer is yes, you assumed.
Yes.
Yes. What the fuck?
But when you spoke with Mr. Barner, you did not have any further discussions about the involvement of Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
No.
And in fact, you did not press or further question Mr. Barner specifically in regards to, might Mr. Robinson have had some kind of involvement in this before the murder, right?
No.
You were aware at that time that Mr. Barner was willing to testify against Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Yes.
Leroy Whitaker, correct?
Yes.
Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes.
And Torrigan Williams, correct?
Yes.
Or the McCormick homicide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were also made aware
Torrigan
that Dominic
Williams,
Barner is a cooperating, testifying witness
Yeah.
against Chris Brown, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Derek Hudson, correct?
Yes.
She asking the question but leading with an answer, bro. Like, she answering her own questions. He came to the store, right? Correct? Right. And he went to the park, right? Correct? Huh? Right? Like, so if I say no, it'd be like, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
And Abdul Robinson Sr. in a separate homicide, correct? Now, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office does have something called a license plate reader, does it not?
Sorry. Yes, we have access to a license plate reading system.
Okay. And if you will, just briefly explain to the jurors, what is that?
Certain cameras are set up throughout the city that capture license plate data.
And you, as a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, has that, I guess, I'm going to call it a database, I don't know if that's the correct word for it, that you can put in a known license plate and see if it's been read to determine, hey, has that particular car with that particular license plate been in these areas of Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
Did you do that for the Nissan Altima in this case?
I believe I did at some point, but I can't call the exact date.
Okay.
Bitch, the car crashed and they got the car. What are you talking about? They didn't have to do that because they got the car. They crashed it. She's tripping. I'm telling you, the way they talking is if the car was never found.
And again, I realize, I think you told us at one point, you spent hundreds of hours on this case, right?
Yes.
And you have many different cases, correct?
Correct.
And so the way that you're able to testify confidently is you write stuff down, correct?
Correct.
You write detailed reports so that if 5 years elapse and you're being asked on whether or not you accomplished something or didn't, you can just look at your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that there is nowhere in your very extensive report where you indicate that you had put the known license plate of the Nissan Altima used in this case through that license plate reader.
They didn't have to because the car crashed and they recovered the car. They only would have had to if the car got away, but the car didn't get away. So, like, what the fuck is she talking about? She's slow as fuck. Like, they really be making me mad.
I don't believe there are any scans of note, so no.
I'm sorry?
Scans of note. Sorry, license plate scans.
I'm sorry, say that for me one.
I don't believe there's any license plate scans of note.
Okay, so your testimony without a written note in your report is that your memory is that you did this, but it wasn't helpful. Is that what I'm hearing you say, sir?
At my best recollection, yes.
Okay, but you'd agree with me when you're drafting your report that documents for your benefit to be able to testify accurately as to everything you did in your investigation.
That shit's so trash, dude. I ain't got time for her bitch ass.
when they played it in full, I noticed, other than a short portion that mentions Ksoo, there was no audio. And so I didn't know if that was a failure of technology, no offense to my wonderful IT people who are sitting here, or if that was the intent of the parties, or if that was a failure in the recording, and if it had been edited in order to take out the lyrics, I then should have given an edited recording instruction to the jury prior to them viewing it. I did not know or realize that. But first and foremost,
They try to take the crazy shit out.
I wanted to be sure that the evidence as admitted, again, notwithstanding your other objections, but just the absence of the music lyrics, the music and the lyrics, was done and is with the consent of the parties. Okay. Okay. Sure.
I don't want to be switching around. So here's where my issue is. That was not shown to us before, that it was going to be clean, exactly. And just putting in a portion that says, I'm Ksoo. The issue I'm having now is that leads the jury to believe that the audio, as the majority of it has been kept up. With your mind, why can't we hear the rest of the audio? What should have been played was with no audio. That person in the video is the key. For them to say, I'm Ksoo, was completely irrelevant. And so now we're in a situation. They don't need it, it's cumulative. No one is disputing that Hakeem Robinson didn't pass out video. Their footage just says that way. So now, I'm realizing it's now that was not given to us before, it wasn't discussed with us before.
That's fucking mucus, nigga.
Lyrics were removed of the remainder of the song. And to me, that's why can't we hear the radio?
Well, that's why I would give my edited recording instruction, which tells them specifically, and this is a standard instruction, I'll read it now. It says, members of the jury, you're about to view and listen to an audio-video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view, listen to, and consider this evidence. I am happy to read that instruction to the jury when they return, if we are going to address that part of the video again or in some other fashion, but I am certainly willing to do that to clarify any confusion so that they understand why the video was edited, and they're not going to wonder why or think what's going on. That is not unusual, and I do that in other cases. Leaving in the portion that says Ksoo, if your argument to that is relevance or cumulative, I would overrule, because it is relevant. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about, and I understand other witnesses may have identified him as being in the video, although the video hadn't been moved into evidence until now. But that being the case, that doesn't mean that because someone else has looked at that video and said, yes, that's Ksoo in the music video, or Hakeem Robinson in the music video, that the portion that shows him saying, I'm Ksoo, or this is Ksoo, should be excluded. So.
I mean, of course, assuming we never had no voice authentication, that the person saying I'm Ksoo is actually Ksoo. To add that to it. Your Honor, what I would ask is if you are going to give that instruction, that you would tell the jury this should have been given to you before identification.
Sure, I'll say that. That's on me. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
Back there. That shit was back there, like, ugh. Jesus Christ. This should be wild, bro. Like, that shit big. Thick ass.
Leroy Whitaker's counsel's cross-examination of the witness. You may proceed.
And thank you. Detective Smith, we had kind of left off and we were talking about investigative efforts in regards to this car that you believe was used, this Altima, correct?
Correct.
And the Altima you had learned had been reported stolen?
Yes.
And I think you told us roughly from November of 2000, and I guess 18?
19.
19, thank you. So roughly about 2 months, maybe a little bit over 2 months?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes, it was roughly about 2 months.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that maybe you talked to her son-in-law, the actual owner?
Yes.
Okay. Was he the one that had driven it the last before it was stolen?
No, his daughter drove it for whatever reason. I think it was, I can't remember if it was at his house or her apartment when it was stolen. And the last known address I could find, I think he's the one that reported it stolen, which is why I went to talk to him.
Okay. But you ultimately weren't able to talk to whoever had it kind of physically stolen from them. And what I mean by that is, do you know where the keys left in the car?
No, sitting here without looking at the report, I can tell you where they were.
Okay. And I guess my real question is, did you make any effort to look for surveillance videos or anything that would help you determine who might have stolen this car?
It was 2 months, almost 2 months later.
Okay. So in your mind, just wasn't going to be worth anything?
No, we have an auto crimes unit, or I think it was auto crimes now, that's responsible for investigating that.
Did you talk to anybody in auto theft? Was there a detective assigned?
I don't recall.
Because you probably are very familiar that when someone reports their car stolen, of course it's going to be put into the JSO database so that any patrol officer can be looking for that car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the number of cars that are stolen to have a detective.
Bro, she ain't talking about nothing. Bro. Fool, they crashed the car, fool.
Detective actually assigned, there usually is a suspect involved, correct?
I don't know the exact qualifications of when they assign cases on the crimes. I've never worked there. I don't recall seeing a sup from a detective at this time.
Okay. And you don't remember reaching out to anybody in the auto theft department to see, hey, I don't know if anyone's trying to investigate this, but can you coordinate with me?
Okay, the gasoline nigga cool. It said Julian Brown has been confirmed safe by his mother and is keeping a low profile for his safety. He created tech that turned plastic into gasoline.
And you would have received all of the photographs that the evidence technicians
man.
took as they're actually searching this Altima, right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned on direct you were physically there.
Yes.
Right? So you knew that there was this Bible found in the trunk.
I can't recall it at this time.
I think, I'm sorry, she's done this on the break. Can I get photograph 76? No, I'm sorry, 96 from the Nissan Altima? If we can just walk up there so that Detective Smith can see it.
Is the Bible for you?
Yes. Let me see if this refreshes your recollection. While we're looking for that particular photograph, did you also determine if this Altima, if anybody had ever hooked up their phone to the Altima?
I checked to see if the car was Burla compatible. It's not.
I'm sorry?
Burla compatible?
Okay, meaning that a cell phone was unable to connect?
No. Like for me to download the vehicle via search warrant to get all that information, it was not compatible.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't understand what you're trying to explain to me.
It's Burla. It's.
Is that an acronym for something?
I'm sure it is. That's a company. Basically, you could download a vehicle's infotainment system, and it can tell you all that kind of information. That vehicle is not Burla compatible, so therefore I wasn't able to do that search warrant on the car to see all that stuff.
Okay, how about just turning the car on and seeing if there is any iPhone that's been connected?
At this point, I can't recall if we even had the keys.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't recall if we had the keys to the vehicle.
Oh, in terms of whether you could turn it on or off?
Yes.
Okay. You do remember that the car was running when you got to the scene on Townsend?
I don't remember if it was still running when I got there.
Okay. And I guess ultimately, the bottom line is, we don't know.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you'd agree with me that people of a younger generation tend to connect their cell phones to cars to play music. Is that a pretty common occurrence in your experience?
She got an excuse for everything, bro. I'm getting tired of hearing these lawyers, gang. Cause they making this shit sound wild. And they still in recess. Fuck, we gotta, it's almost done.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotta go.
Now, you kind of told us about some Instagram searches, and we heard a lot about Hakeem Robinson's account. Did you ever do any searches specifically in regards to Charles McCormick? And if there was anybody else out there making comments about Charles McCormick's death?
No, I mean, I couldn't really just search Charles McCormick and then his life story pop up, no.
Okay. The fact is you never did any searches, right?
On Instagram?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
No.
No. Okay. You did, I guess, fairly quickly realize that this homicide occurred on the 1-year anniversary of the death of Willie Addison, correct?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And I'm sure that would cause you to become at least familiar with what happened to Willie Addison, correct?
Correct.
And you would have become aware that Willie Addison was in a car with his father, or who he looked up to as a father or stepfather, Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
And Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Correct.
And Torrigan Williams, correct?
Correct.
And that all of them were shot, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, Mr. Robinson Sr. told us yesterday there was an additional 2 people there, one by the name of Moody, goes by Antonio McLaren. You aware that he was in the car when Willie Addison was shot?
I believe it's Antoine, but yes.
Okay, you were aware of that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and then somebody else he referred to as Sammy, who evidently ended up paralyzed.
I don't remember seeing me.
Okay. But it was significant because obviously you're having some allegations where Abdul Robinson Sr. and Abdul Robinson Jr. their names are being brought into this investigation specifically by Dominique Varner, and you're aware of this anniversary, right?
Yes.
And Dominique Varner was very clear that Torrigan Williams was involved in this homicide, correct?
Yes.
He told you back on August 27th of 2020 hey, you're going to want to be looking. And he names Torgan Williams, right?
Yes.
And that would probably hold special significance because Torgan Williams, in fact, was in the car and was shot himself when Willie Addison was killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because in looking into that investigation, you obviously became aware that Leroy Whitaker wasn't in that car, right?
That's correct.
Hakeem Robinson wasn't in that car, right?
That's correct.
And Willie Addison was older than Abdul Jr., correct?
I believe he was, but I'd look at the date of birth to verify.
Certainly much older than Leroy Whitaker.
Correct.
And so, based on your conversation with Dominique Barner back in August of 2020, it was your intent to investigate and ultimately attempt to interview Torgan Williams, right?
At some point.
Okay. But that didn't happen, did it?
It didn't.
Okay. Torgan Williams, and you actually put out something called like a person of interest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's in your JSO database?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's supposed to be for any Jacksonville Sheriff's officer, every patrol officer. It's a specific note that if they come into contact with Torgan Williams, they should contact you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us before, you put that into the system, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you think you would have done that after August 27th of 2020?
Could have been around the time I became aware of his involvement.
Which would have been August 27th, 2020?
Yes, around that time.
Okay. And you're aware Torgan Williams had been arrested since August 27th, 2020, right?
Because I said he's just because he got arrested doesn't mean they called me that night when he was arrested.
Okay. And he's physically in this courthouse on multiple occasions.
I can't verify any of that.
Okay. You weren't aware that he was in court on September 21st of 2021?
Oh, Young and Nate's ready to drop a video to I'm sorry.
I don't recall anybody making me aware of that.
Okay. How about September 28th of 2021?
Again, don't remember anybody making me aware of that.
Okay. How about October 28th of 2021?
Don't recall anybody making me aware of that.
December 2nd of 2021?
Same.
Okay. How about when he actually pled out on June 28th of 2022?
Same.
And your explanation is no one contacted you and let you know that Torgan Williams, who you always had wanted to interview and were actively investigating in this case, was physically in the Duval County Courthouse.
That's correct.
Okay. Even though Mr. Atkinson was the one prosecuting him. Are you aware of that?
Vaguely, I think I might remember that. Sorry.
But the bottom line is, you didn't speak to Torgan Williams. You didn't have the kind of interview you wanted to have with him, right?
No.
The interview you had with him was in February of 2025, right?
That's correct.
And that's just something lawyers arranged, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We did see on your direct that you were identifying in these phone records that there were calls with Torgan Williams that day, correct?
That's correct.
Which I guess would have just further supported Mr. Barner's claim?
Yes, ma'am.
So no formal interview of Torgan Williams. No formal interview of Chris Brown, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Barner gave you a lot of information about Chris Brown, right?
I don't know about a lot of information.
Well, were you aware that Mr. Barner claims that Chris Brown is the confidant that originally went out to the complex to make sure that Mr. McCormick was there? They went out in the middle of the night, in the early morning hours of the 15th. Did Mr. Barner explain that to you?
I don't recall that being explained to me.
Okay. And you don't remember, or you don't recall it being explained that he was with Chris Brown and they were actively talking about the benefits of killing Charles McCormick?
At some point I heard that, but
Okay. But you never sought to interview Chris Brown,
no.
even though he's sitting in the Duval County Jail.
Yes, because it was explained to me that he left before the homicide took place.
Okay. Did Mr. Barner explain that evidently, according to Mr. Barner, Chris Brown came back? He came back to that complex. Supposedly, when everyone's there, Chris Brown comes back to that apartment complex. Did Mr. Barner explain that to you?
Yes.
Okay. But that still didn't make you want to go interview Chris Brown?
No.
Okay. Even though he's sitting at the Duval County Jail.
That's correct.
Bitch, you go interview him. Why they interviewing him for if they got the killers and shit? Like, go ahead.
Ultimately, your decision in this case was you didn't feel you had enough evidence against Torgan Williams, right?
That's correct.
You did arrest Abdul Robinson Sr. for accessory after the fact, correct?
That's correct.
You did not arrest Leroy for accessory after the fact, did you?
I did not.
But according to you, your evidence at that time was supposedly
bet you
at
that's
the
what I
Buckley
have to
home.
watch.
According to Mr. Barner, he was arranging
My shit,
for a
yeah.
car ride out of there.
That's
Right?
why
That's correct.
I should be hating.
You mentioned this there was a rifle and a handgun found in the Nissan Altima, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And according to Mr. Barner, that rifle was Leroy Whitaker's, right?
According to him, yes.
Okay. Only according to Dominic Barner, right?
Correct.
I mean, you don't have any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. We've seen Instagram photos and such. Do we have photographs of Mr. Whitaker holding this firearm?
We do not.
In fact, I did not hear you testify, sir, to any kind of Instagram posts by Leroy Whitaker, correct?
No.
And Mr. Whitaker is not in this video that we saw of Charles McCormick dancing around, correct?
I'm sorry, for him dancing around?
Of Mr. McCormick dancing around, the video that you felt was
You're referring to the
the bye, bye, bye video?
No, he was not in the video.
You never ended up doing any kind of a search warrant at Mr. Whitaker's home?
No.
Never spoke to his father?
No.
And the reality is, sir, after the arrest of Leroy Whitaker for murder in this case, after you laid out your probable cause, and you told us your investigation continued, right?
Yes.
But you never developed any further evidence that Leroy Whitaker had anything to do with the death of Charles McCormick, did you?
No.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, then we are at this time going to take our lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen. It is 12:25, so I'm going to give you an hour, as I do every day, to enjoy your lunch. You may eat in the jury room, you may separate and go about your personal affairs, but whatever you do, not to talk to anyone about this case or let anyone say anything to you about this case. So please leave your notepads on your seats, and we will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene here in 1 hour at 1:25. Thank you very much. Okay.
News Plus. Right now, you are tuned into the Hakeem Robinson murder trial, aka Ksoo. Here's what we know. Today is day 5, and we're returning in from lunch recess. Today, we've heard from forensic experts. Ksoo is charged with the murder of Charles McCormick on January 15th, 2020. You're tuning in to First Coast News Plus.
On Defendant Robinson for cross-exam. All right, let me see court reporter and counsel sidebar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I do want to apologize. It is now almost 2:15, and I know lunch ended 45 minutes ago, and here we are just starting. There are just sometimes matters that need to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. This was one such event. It's been handled, and now we will continue. I make every effort to see that your time is not wasted, that there are no unreasonable delays, and I do sincerely apologize for that, but there was a matter I needed to tend to. But with that, we will now call upon defense for Mr. Robinson to cross-examine. Thank you.
Sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
January 15th, 2020. You get assigned this case, right?
Yes.
You very quickly are able to develop a print that ties back to a firearm that was not used in the commission of this crime. Agree?
Yes, the day after the incident.
And that fingerprint was from my client.
Yes.
At that point in time, you'd agree that you start looking at Hakeem Robinson.
Yes.
You didn't know him before that.
No.
You didn't know of Ksoo.
No.
And you start looking at him.
Yes.
You as an officer, you would agree that you have to objectively investigate cases, right?
Yes.
Now, at that point in time, you already knew that Dominique Barner was involved to some extent, right?
Perhaps given the burglary incident.
What was the first warrant that you issued in this case?
For the car?
I'm asking you, you got that big binder in front of you, the very first warrant. Now, to explain for the jury, when you want to collect evidence, there's something out there that you want to get. You have a judge sign a warrant, you type up an affidavit with the information for why you believe that it's relevant, and then you send it out and you get the items back, right?
That's correct.
Very first warrant that you do in this case has nothing to do with Dominique Barner, right?
No, not at that time.
It was for my client's Instagram account.
That was not the first warrant. The first warrant was for the car.
So you do remember now.
Just.
On February 5th, 2020, the first suspect that you send a warrant out for, to collect information, not about a car, but to collect information, not to search the vehicle that we're not contesting here, was to collect records from my client's Instagram account, correct?
With respect to the question you asked, the first question you asked was.
Just answer this question now, please.
I am answering a question, but I'm going to basically say what I got to say. You asked me what the first warrant I got was. It was for the car. So then you asked what the first suspect information I got was. Yes, it was for Mr. Robinson.
And we'll go back even further because I was talking about Dominique Barner. You didn't get a search warrant for any of his items, and you knew he was involved.
Not at that time.
Wasn't until months later, right?
Right.
At that point in time, days after this happens, you're focused on Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, because I have the fingerprint in the car, in the gun.
Now, you didn't have a fingerprint in the car. You had a fingerprint on a gun that was in the car.
Again, I said from the gun that was in the car.
Understand. Now, you've watched the entire Bang It Out music video, right?
Yes.
There's firearms throughout that, right?
Correct.
In fact, the one that the government is trying to say may or may not have been the one that was used in the homicide, it's held by a bunch of different people.
Correct.
You have no way of saying that the fingerprint on the gun that was found inside of the car was left on that gun even remotely close to January 15th, right?
No way, no.
Let's talk about your investigation. Of course, you're shaking your head. I don't know if you had something to add. Okay. In your investigation, of course, you speak to the eyewitnesses, right?
Yes.
There was a young kid working at Hibbett Sports. pretty much right next door to where the murder happened. Jarvis Roberts, did you speak to him?
No, my partner did.
Okay, but you as the lead, when one of your colleagues speaks to somebody, that information, all the information goes to you, right?
Eventually, yes.
And you combine that into your reports because you are the lead, right?
That's correct.
Jarvis Roberts, and I'm not going to ask you for what he said, but he gave a description of who he saw.
Without going to Detective Dishman's report, I can't exactly say what the report said.
In January of 2020, you authored a 59-page report that included all the reports of your colleagues, right?
Only the officers who did major case addendums.
There was also somebody else. There was a guy, Michael Williams. He was working out at the Baileys. He was on a Stairmaster. One of your colleagues spoke to him as well, too, right?
I believe I spoke to him.
And he gave a description of what he saw.
He did.
Now, we're talking about witnesses and who may have seen something. Abir Ahmad, who is a homeowner west of where the car crashed. We're not talking about the shooting, but the car crashes. 2 run eastbound, 1 runs westbound. She lives in that westbound direction, correct?
I believe so.
And she saw somebody walking through her backyard. Correct? I'm not going to ask you for her words, but she saw something, right?
I know she witnessed some part of it, but I don't have it in front of me to tell you exactly what.
All right, and again, we're just talking about people that, I'm not asking you for their statements. One of your colleagues spoke to her, right?
Correct?
And they got what she gave as a description of what she saw.
Correct?
Renata Boston, right? Another witness.
Yes.
She saw somebody, correct?
Yes.
You got those descriptions.
Yes.
So, you're doing your investigation. You've seen the dash cam video by this point, right?
At what point is this?
Before the arrest of my client.
Yes.
All right. Doing your investigation. You've seen the dash cam video by this point, right?
At what point is this?
Before the arrest of my client.
Yes.
All right. You have the dash cam video. It shows what it shows. You have these civilian witnesses that you've spoken to, and there was many more civilian witnesses, right?
Yes.
There was somebody that was pumping gas that could see, right?
Without telling you a specific name, I know there was one person I spoke to that was at the gas station.
So you had unbiased eyewitnesses, no connection to this case, not being prosecuted, give you a description of what they saw.
Yes.
And as you're investigating Hakeem, you haven't met him before.
No.
You have a description on what the shooter was like, and on the day that he comes into the station, was ultimately arrested, you met him for the first time, right?
Yes.
And you were surprised by how big he was.
Like his weight, yeah.
No, you were surprised with how big he was, height and weight.
I'd say weight. He looks a little skinnier on Instagram back then, from my recollection.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your reaction in the interrogation video?
No, again, I said there was the weight that kind of threw me off.
The day that you met with him, and this is for impeachment, the day that you met with him, there was a recording device in the interview room, correct?
Correct.
And at one point in time, he went out to go to the bathroom, right?
Without watching it, I don't remember.
And you walked back into the interview room, and he was in front of you.
Okay. I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
He answered the question,
Right?
and then
Your Honor,
Okay.
Sidebar, I disagree that it was answered.
All right, well, if you're going to show the video, only he is to see the video, because the video is not in evidence.
Okay. It's for impeachment, but I'll show it to him.
But it's only to be shown to him
I'm sorry?
first.
Well, the only thing is there's audio, Your Honor,
Then I need to excuse the jurors.
or I can bring him over here and play it for him.
And the audio won't still be an issue?
It would be very low.
No. I mean, I'm going to have to excuse the jurors at this point, because then I also have to be able to see and hear it,
Understood.
and I won't be able to if it's low over there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask y'all to have a step into your jury room for a quick moment, and then we'll bring you right back out here.
Staying on the topic that we were on, September of 2020, was it? You first meet Mr. Robinson?
That's correct.
You're with Detective Dishman, your colleague?
Yes.
Never met him in person before?
Yes, sir.
Had spent months investigating this case, getting the descriptions of a shooter that was 5'5", 5'8", 5'9".
Sustained.
So, officer, there's CAD notes in this case, right? Call action detail notes.
Yes.
You've collected those, you've reviewed those.
Yes.
And your colleagues, as they were under the stress of the moment, were calling out over the radio the height and the weight of the person that they saw, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't just one, it wasn't just Officer Collins, there was another officer, Graham, right?
I vaguely remember, yes.
They both gave descriptions of the person that them as seasoned officers saw with their own eyes, right?
Yes.
You also had the civilians that saw the shooting, right?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson's in an interview room. You come into the interview room, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
You talk to him for a minute, he hasn't stood up yet, right?
I don't know if it was a minute. I think he almost immediately asked to go to the bathroom.
Then he walks out and he goes to the bathroom.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I wasn't.
That's accurate, yes.
As he's walking back in, and this is the first time he's standing up, you make a comment, you're a lot bigger than I thought you'd be,
Yes.
right?
I said yes.
Not, you're the exact same size of the shooter that I've been investigating. Either consciously or subconsciously, you say, you're bigger than I thought you'd be. Right?
I've already answered this, but yes.
Please answer it again. They're not objecting. You don't get to make that choice.
Yes.
All right. Now, it wasn't just about his weight, was it?
It was about his weight.
And why didn't you say it before he stood up?
I vaguely remember being in that room briefly. I don't think we made too many comments to each other.
If I'm sitting down, you can tell from my face, from my body, you can tell if I'm wide-shouldered, right? You can't tell my height until I stand up.
At that point, I don't remember looking at his body. I was looking at his face, and then I think he asked to go to the bathroom. And then as he comes back in the bathroom, that's when I make the comment.
You agree that you made the comment?
Yes, I've never done that.
Yeah. My client was arrested that day?
Yes,
You didn't take any photos of him, did you?
we did not.
No. One moment, Your Honor. I'm showing you one of the government's exhibits, but you guys took photos of Dominique Barner, multiple photos.
Yes.
So, understanding that we may have a recording, we could have had photographs just like this for this jury to see his exact size on that day,
Correct.
but you chose not to take photos.
With respect to Dominique Barner, the tattoos that he had at that date and time were the reason he was photographed.
Isn't the first photo with him with a shirt on?
Yes, they do overall photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're having a tech issue there for a second.
Okay.
So, this photograph, this is taken so you know who you're taking the photograph of, right?
That's correct.
There's no policy, there's no law, there's nothing saying that you couldn't have taken the similar photographs of my client, Hakeem Robinson.
No, there's no.
Be able to see what kind of weight he's carrying. Right?
Right.
You agree, though, that he doesn't have a single tattoo?
I have not seen the extent of his body, so I can't say that for sure.
Well, if there was tattoos, you'd be taking photos.
If they were described by a witness or a victim as it relates to the case, and it makes sense, yes.
Let's move on now. Call action detail notes. Now, again, this is back in the day when they had the CB radio. Now it's digital radios. But anything that's going out there from all the different officers, it's going to a central location and being recorded, right?
Yes.
It's both typed out and audio recorded, right?
Yes.
So somewhere out there, there's an audio recording of two of your colleagues giving a description of the person they're chasing.
Yes.
Why don't we have that? Richardson hearing.
What? Okay, if I can have a grounds for the objection? Okay. I will overrule the objection.
There's an audio recording of your colleagues, literally as they're chasing after the person, going out on the radio. I need backup. I'm chasing somebody, giving a description. Right?
At some point, yes.
At some point?
Yes, there would have been.
Okay. Now, both the call action detail notes and the recording, those are kept in the normal course of business for JSO, right?
That's correct.
They're created literally live, so they're created at or near the time of when the items are being reported, right?
Yes.
And they're organized and collected by somebody with personal knowledge about what they're doing. It's somebody from JSO.
Please, someone in the comm center, but yes.
Now let's talk about body cams. January 15, 2020, body cams were required for officers, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Officer Collins, although he was getting a rap at Publix, he was on duty that day.
I don't know if he was on duty or going to secondary employment.
If he were on duty and in uniform, he would have been on that date wearing a body cam.
He should have been, yes.
And per your policy, if somebody is chasing after somebody else in a vehicle and then on foot, they're supposed to activate that body cam.
Yes.
Now, obviously, sometimes that doesn't happen, right?
Yes.
But sometimes there are recordings, right?
Yes.
You as a lead detective, is there a recording?
Of?
Officer Collins chasing on foot the shooter?
No.
Doesn't exist or it can't be found?
I don't believe it exists. I asked for all body worn camera from that incident. I never had that.
Now, presumably, if that camera was on, we would have live images of the shooter, right?
Reasonably depend on when he got out of the car and what his body cam would call. I can't speak to that.
Let's go back to warrants now. Let's talk about search warrants. Now, you were looking at my client. You had probable cause basis to request those meta records, right?
Yes.
Did you ever search my client's residence?
No.
Did you ever search anywhere and find either the Nike tech suit that the shooter wore?
No.
The shoes that the shooter wore?
No.
You would agree that if you were to execute a search warrant on my client where he was living at that time at his mother's house, and that isn't there, that could lead to an argument of those aren't his clothes.
Potentially.
Now, these Nike tech suits, Nike tech fleece suit is what you think the shooter may have been wearing?
Sorry, perhaps, yes.
Right. Wildly popular. They're popular. Right?
I have seen them, yes, but I don't know how popular they are. Can't speak to it.
You're the lead detective. You didn't look into this?
How popular a Nike tech suit is at that time?
We're not talking about a unique, suit jacket covered in rhinestones. We're talking about Nike, popular brand, right?
Yes.
And their sportswear is big, both domestically and internationally.
Yes.
So what I'm getting at here is that there's more than one of them out there in the world.
Yes.
More than one of them out there in this county.
Presumably.
So it would be speculation to say that the one that we saw in the video with my client on the FaceTime call, that's the same one. That would be speculation, right?
Yes.
You don't even see the full thing.
You can't from the video.
Now let's talk about the posts. The shooter that you interviewed in this case, they covered up their appearance, at least their face, right?
Yes.
There was attempts to evade the police, to run from them, right?
Yes.
There was destruction of evidence. Some stuff was burned, right?
Yes.
You'd agree this is sort of like Crime 101. You get away with it, right?
I'm sorry. When you say Crime 101, what are you referring to? Burning stuff?
the people that committed this crime, the shooter that covered their face, the people that ran from the cops, the burning of the evidence, the cell phones under other names, those are people trying to protect their identity, to hide it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So about a week later, my client posts on social media about doing something and getting his toes done. Right?
Yes.
And you believe that that's evidence of this murder?
In context of everything else that was posted, yes.
So there's all these attempts to cover up identity, and then he goes out into social media with, how many followers does he have? Hundreds of thousands?
Without looking at his page, I couldn't tell you.
You know that it's a lot.
Yes.
Right. That he then goes out there and confesses? That's your belief, that he everything is done to hide in the moment, and then 5 days later, I'll just confess to the world.
Yes.
That's your belief?
Yes.
All right. Now that statement, and I'm not going to repeat it like the government has a couple times, that statement, that could apply to anything, right?
As far as?
If one of your say the government, one of our witnesses, and they have a riveting cross-examination. I killed him. I killed that witness. Doesn't mean they actually killed him, does it?
No.
Have
Not
you
in
ever
that
heard the
context.
phrase, for some people, I could only hope that someday my life is as interesting as I make it seem on social media. Have you ever heard that?
Can't say I have.
Now, you know that my client's an artist, right?
Yes.
You know from the videos and from the followers, right?
Yes.
Do you have any way of saying that he wasn't just co-opting the life that he saw growing up to sell records?
I can't say that.
Because who else would be stupid enough to post on Instagram, yeah, I just killed a guy, but the person that is trying to sell records to go, you know what? People out there are going to believe it because they don't know it, but I feel secure enough that I'm not going to be charged with this because I know I didn't do it. You understand the question?
No, if you could repeat it, that'd be great.
Have you ever heard the phrase, it can't be smart and stupid at the same time?
Can't say I have. I haven't heard that one.
It would be smart if somebody were trying to hide their identity in the moment. It would be stupid of them to then go onto social media and confess it if they were actually involved, right?
Yes.
Now, we're not saying that my client didn't like Willie Addison. We're not saying that my client didn't dislike Charles McCormick. But him disliking Charles McCormick doesn't mean that alone doesn't mean that he killed him, right?
No.
Posting, bye, bye, bye. That could just be a reflection of him disliking the guy, not necessarily killing him, right?
Right.
You agree?
Just the post itself? No, I agree.
This guy's dead. I mean, agreeably, it may not be tasteful. I don't like this guy. This guy is rapping about something, about somebody that me and others cared about. I don't like that. He's now been killed. Bye-bye. And you want to know what? I'll probably get a bump in records too. You agree with that? How about this? We'll move on. You can think up something. We'll come back to it, okay? Now, Charles McCormick, Charles McCormick was never a suspect in the Willie Addison murder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
So he's rapping about something that he was never involved in, right?
As of now, I did not investigate that case. I cannot say who was or was not a person of interest for that case.
You're being asked this question right now. Charles McCormick, to the best of your knowledge, was he rapping about something that he was never involved in?
As far as I can say, I can't say he had any involvement in the murder.
You can't say that he had any
I'd say
involvement.
that.
So it's okay for Charles McCormick, but it's not okay for the guy that actually has the record. Is that what you're saying?
It's not okay for the guy who has a fingerprint on a gun inside that vehicle that was used to murder him.
You already agreed with me that that fingerprint could have been left at any time.
It could have been, but there's any vehicle that could be tied to Charles McCormick, I can't say. I know you probably can't say as well, but I don't think I would be posting or rapping about something I might have remotely had anything to do with.
Let's go back to the fingerprint now. After you got that fingerprint, you didn't arrest my client, right?
No.
Because it wasn't enough.
No.
You didn't arrest Chifton Hogan,
No.
right? His DNA's in there.
I followed the evidence to verify where they were at that day.
You followed the evidence as far as the fingerprint and then just kept on that track.
The fingerprint and then the DNA when it came back.
The DNA that easily could have been transferred from the shirt that had my client's DNA on it?
I don't know the specifics of how it got on there. I can't tell you that.
Should we save that testimony for the DNA expert?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about those civilian witnesses again. Renata Boston, she got vaguely a look at the person, right?
Yes.
Jarvis Roberts, right?
Yes.
Michael Williams.
Yes.
But Renata, it was something different because the person's hood was down, right?
Yes.
You never went out there with a photographic lineup to see if she could identify anybody, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping you.
No.
If she were to come back and identify the wrong person, your case would be toast.
No, not necessarily. I just have to if she picked out the wrong person or picked nobody, I'd verify who the person is that she picked and see where he was at on the day in question.
But it was never done.
No.
We don't know what we don't know.
She saw him, I believe, from the second floor.
No, she was sitting right there talking to a friend. She was sitting on the stoop. She saw the person come out of the woods. She was able to describe the hair and the skin tone. No photo lineup was ever shown to her.
No.
Now, let's talk about House of Pain. And you know the relevance here, right?
I'm sorry.
House of Pain 904@gmail.com.
Yes.
You remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were born last century, right?
Yes.
I was born in the 70s. About the same age?
No.
House of Pain was big in the, it made me feel old with that one. House of Pain was big in the 80s and the 90s, right?
Is that the jump around?
Yep.
There you go.
Jump up, get down, that one. That's way after my client's time, right?
Yes.
But it's within the time frame of Blue, Abdul Sr.,
That's correct.
right? Now, you did look into Abdul Sr., right?
Yes.
His Instagram account is h.o.p_CEO, right?
Yes.
A bunch of stuff when you searched his house. There was a bunch of House of Pain paraphernalia, right?
Yes.
Are you able to say who that email account belonged to?
No.
Now, you could have found that out, right?
Perhaps, but then if they did the same thing that happened with the iCloud, where there wasn't like a direct name, then I'd still be dead in the water.
Let's do this. We got a whole box over there of Instagram records, call detail records, Meta, Facebook.
Yes.
You're the one that's the lead on this throughout the entire case.
Yes.
There's never a search warrant sent to Meta, that's Facebook and Instagram's parent company, to collect the records for HOP CEO Instagram account, right?
No.
Got it from my client days after the shooting.
Yes.
Never got it for that.
That's correct.
Okay. You could have also, you could have gone right to the source. You could have sent a search warrant to Google because it's a Gmail account, right?
That's correct.
And we could see, to get to the bottom of it, who this account belongs to.
Potentially.
Potentially?
I don't know what information that the Google account would have contained.
Now, all we know is that there's a few photos of my client that tie back to the iCloud, the Apple, right?
That's correct.
So you guys get the records from Apple, but not from Google and not from Meta.
I'm sorry, Meta. When you say Meta, we
Facebook, Instagram.
do have records from Facebook.
So Meta is Facebook and Instagram. You don't get records from them.
I do have, I'm sorry, you said I did not?
Let's back up. HOP CEO, that Instagram account.
Yeah, specifically that Instagram account, no, I did not get that one.
Okay, that's Meta. Now, for the House of Pain 904 Gmail account, you could have sent a search warrant to Google to get you could have seen all the emails.
Could have, potentially, yes.
You say could have. You had the basis to send out search warrants. You did it on everything else.
Yes.
You did it on the Apple account. It would have been the same thing. You just change out Apple for Google.
Yes.
But we don't have that.
We do not.
But you get the Apple account and there's some selfies of my client, right?
Yes.
You're not able to say that Blue Abdul Sr., who was admittedly doing some management for my client before he signed up, that he didn't have access to my client's Instagram, right?
I can't say that, no.
Okay. You can't say that my client, maybe was visiting, and I won't refer to him as his father, but Abdul Sr., he was seeing him and took a selfie on his phone. Right?
No, I can't say that.
Ms. Kawas and I are generally always together from work. If I were to take a selfie with her phone, that doesn't mean that's my phone.
Right, but generally, most of the photos on that device would have been of her, not you. I'm sorry, does that make sense?
It doesn't. What we're talking about, though, is who the House of Pain email account belongs to.
Correct.
More work could have been done to other companies to find out the answer to this.
Again, as it relates to the House of Pain, yes, I could have subpoenaed, I guess, Meta to see if there's any other accounts tied to that account email.
So, but when you see a selfie of my client from the Apple return, it's just, okay, that's good enough. That's his account.
It wasn't just a selfie, it was multiple pictures, but okay.
We have the evidence. There's about a dozen photos, right?
Yeah, there's multiple photos.
Dozen.
Still multiple.
Okay. My client's phone, the 1595 that we have in evidence, how many thousands of photos are in that?
It's different. I have the entire device. I don't have the entire device for that 478 number.
At the end of the day, you cannot confidently say who that email address belonged to.
No.
House of Pain 904 at Gmail.
No.
Let's talk about Raekwon Howard. Now, you've seen the meta records for Raekwon Howard, right?
Correct.
Now, we have to assume that that's actually the Raekwon Howard's Instagram, right?
Yes.
You've met with Raekwon.
Yes.
He's next door in the jail right now.
I don't know exactly where he's currently being housed, but I know he is in jail somewhere.
Now, Raekwon Howard at one point in time tried to kill two of the witnesses in this case.
That's correct.
It's the next question, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll allow one more question to see if you can type relevance.
Never tried to kill my client. Right?
I don't know what all he's tried to do.
So let's back up to make sure that we're clear. You answered yes, that he did try to kill witnesses. He tried to kill Torgon Williams and Natalie Gant.
That's correct.
He's been charged with that.
Yes.
You know of no time when he's tried to kill Hakeem Robinson.
No, I can't say so.
Now, the relevance here is that these warring factions on the street, that they don't get along, right?
That's correct.
All right. That could have been payback for the murder of Charles McCormick. Happened months later, right?
It did.
Okay. So let's get into the meta records of Raekwon Howard, or somebody that could be Raekwon Howard. We'd have to hear from him to know that these are his records, right?
There's several pictures of him on that account. The email address is RaekwonHoward4.
Are you saying that Raekwon is a unusual name?
I don't know, without looking it up, I don't know how many Raekwon Howards are in the world.
Didn't Raekwon Howard try to kill another Raekwon? If you know.
I don't know.
All right. Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I've got to DJ over to another screen. I'm getting better at it. No, we're good. We got it here. Okay. I'm going to wait to publish it. I don't want to show it yet. Okay, let's just jump into this. Let me know if you can see that on the screen.
Yes.
So what I'm showing you is admitted into evidence as a state's exhibit. Unfortunately, I don't have the number, but I'm sure that either Ms. Kawas or the government can tell me what it is. Raekwon Howard's Meta Records. Meta Records. Oh yeah, this one would be Hakeem's. The whole thing. Huh? Hold on, Joel. Yeah, we'll enter the whole thing. Yeah, that's fine. So, you've reviewed these records, right?
Sorry, yes.
All right, now what we're talking about, we're going to focus on Hakeem Robinson's records.
Okay,
His Meta Records, you've reviewed those because you received them, right?
yes.
Raekwon Howard, one of his usernames is rpg.poppy.
Yes.
Now, there's several other names, but that's one of them, right?
Yes.
Now, the records that you get, it's only for a small period of time.
Yes.
And within that, you looked at the communications, the volume of communications in December before the murder, right?
I believe so.
And then after it.
Yes.
In December of 2019, my client's having conversations. They're texting back and forth and speaking, both my client and RPG Poppy. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look? One moment, Your Honor. Starting on page 5,916. Do me a favor. Take a look. Scroll down there. I want you to start on, you'll see the username highlighted.
Let me move this just so I have somewhere to kind of place that. Oh, knock it down.
Just let me know when that helps your memory.
All right.
Does that help your memory?
Yes.
Can you replace the microphone back where it was? Thank you.
In December, the month before the murder, they were talking regularly, right?
Yes. Sorry, one second. Yes.
One of the comments was LMFAOOO,
It was.
right? There was another comment about somebody losing weight.
Vaguely remember that, but yes.
Now, these communications continue through the time of the murder, right?
Yes.
And up until the end of the records, which were about a week after the murder.
From best I remember, yes.
So it wasn't uncommon for my client to be speaking with Raekwon Howard.
No.
Your belief is that my client killed one of his people, one of his group.
Associate, maybe, yes.
Doesn't that prove more that my client is not part of all of this? That he's not at war with this group like the others that are involved? They can't give you the answer.
Sorry.
You got to look at me.
He stood up, sorry. No, I don't know, just without knowing all the context of their conversations, I don't know what they're saying to each other.
You saw the text messages.
Yeah, I saw them teasing each other, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not still bad blood there. I think it's weird that they talk as much as they do. I'll give you that, but it doesn't mean that they wouldn't have it.
Let's break it down. You view my client, and you're like, he killed somebody that's part of this group 6 block. It's weird that he's talking to somebody from 6 block, right?
Yes.
Doesn't that weirdness go away when you finally admit, oh, wait, maybe my client didn't have a problem with this group 6 block, and that was everybody else that was still battling on the streets?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
All right. You think it's weird because you believe that my client has this problem with all the group 6 block, right?
Yes.
Doesn't that weirdness, that weird feeling you have, doesn't that go away?
No.
You admit that.
And the reason that
I gotta ask a question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, we just need one person speaking at a time. So let the attorney ask the question, and then we'll let the witness answer the question without interruption on both ends. Go ahead and ask your question.
Doesn't that weirdness go away if you realize, wait a second, if Hakeem gets along with Raekwon and they're even joking around, and you can't speculate whether it was positive or negative, maybe he isn't part of this rivalry in between the two. That clears up the weirdness.
It does not, because he mentions Bibby almost every chance he gets.
Sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay, let's come sidebar. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. We're going to take another restroom break. There's been a request for a bio break, so I'm going to ask y'all both of the juries to step back into the jury rooms for just a short while, and then we'll bring you right back out here. will continue with the cross-examination of the witness.
Butter. Dominique Barner, right?
Yes.
You eventually arrest Dominique Barner, right?
Yes.
And he later decides to cooperate with you, right?
That's correct.
You're there for the day that that's memorialized.
You mean when the sworn was taken?
Correct.
Yes.
It was taken at the station, the same place that you spoke to my client, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
The statement that you refer to, that happens in a room where it's being recorded, right?
The sworn, yes.
You're in there?
Yes.
ASA Joel Cooper's there?
Yes.
Dominique Barner?
Yes.
And his attorney?
That's correct.
Now, before that recording ever takes place, you have a pre-meeting, right?
Vaguely, yes, that's fine. Sorry, that was just a matter of the terminology. That's it.
Give us.
We say a pre-meeting, it's just a meeting.
You have a conversation with Dominique Barner, who's now about to become a witness in a case, and the very first meeting that you have where all of you are in there is not recorded.
That's correct.
Then you go into the room and you do the recording.
Yes.
All right. You're in the room for that conversation.
Yes.
ASA Cooper is asking the questions.
Yes.
Now, I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to argue that they told any witness what to say. Okay, so I'm prefacing it, I'm not saying that. But the questions that were asked in that room, they were in a leading fashion, right?
I'm sorry, when you say in the room, you talking about the meeting or the sworn?
The sworn statement, the one after the rehearsal where you're having the conversation, it's recorded, and if you need to review it to refresh your recollection, let me know. But the questions that are being asked are leading questions.
For the most part, they're just yes or no questions.
Yes or no for Barner to say yes or no.
Yes.
It wasn't a situation of, Mr. Barner, we have the camera, tell us what you know.
No.
You believe from the cases that you have that Dominique Barner is a dangerous person.
Yes.
You also know that this guy, he's smart, right? Not book smart, street smart.
To an extent, yes.
He's the one that figured out, I'm going to go onto Core, the Core computer system, find a case for Charles McCormick to figure out an address, right?
Yes.
He also had fake Instagram accounts to track him when he was on vacation, right?
I was not aware of the fake Instagram account, but
You know that he was clever in the ways that he figured out how to hunt Charles McCormick.
at times, yes.
Are you saying that he is not clever enough to figure out what it is that y'all want to hear?
I couldn't say that. Again, everything that he's told us was corroborated by the evidence that I had.
Now, if I sit down and I'm in that room instead, and you're Butter, and I ask you and I go, was there a phone call in the car and I'm holding a stack of papers? You as Butter, you could be like, yeah, that could happen, right?
If I led with a question like that, yes, I said.
So what we're saying is that this person that wants a deal, that knows what you guys want, is it beyond this known murderer's ability to craft his statement in line with your facts?
Again, all we ever asked him for was the truth, and that's what he told us.
And we have to rely on him whether he's truthful or not.
Yes.
You do know that he's taken lives.
I'm sorry?
You do know that he's taken lives, right?
He's taken lives?
Yeah, sustained.
Through your investigation, you knew that Dominique Barner was involved in the Rothermill case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to assume that you would be of the opinion that he's a dangerous person?
Yes.
Okay. What's harder, shooting somebody or lying?
What's harder?
Yeah.
I'd say shooting somebody.
So now, let's stay on this topic of the way that you do the conversation, then the interview. Later in time, you spoke to other people. You spoke to Torrigon Williams under the same parameters, right?
Yes.
But you just chose altogether, we're not even going to record this one. Right?
I didn't choose that. I don't take sworn statements.
All right. You were there.
I was there.
There's no policy that says you can't do it.
When it's an agreement between the two attorneys and they're facilitating this meeting, we met under the pretenses that they already established.
There's no law that says that you can't record it, right?
No, there's not a law that says I can't record, no.
Police can actually surreptitiously record things, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that the prosecutor, not you, but the prosecutors in Torregon's.
Yeah, I'm just short leash here on relevance. I think we're going down, I'm going to sustain the objection.
When you're speaking to motivated witnesses, we spoke before about Dominique Varner, that it wasn't a situation that you went in there with a recording going, tell us what you know. That it was instead leading questions. Now we're moving on to Torregon Williams, somebody else. Torregon Williams was involved in this, right?
Yes.
You're having a conversation with him, and I think what you said is that the attorneys, not you, agreed to not record it.
Sustained.
We don't have a recording of that conversation.
Of a conversation with Torgon Williams?
Correct.
Correct.
So we don't know the evolution. Counsel? We don't know the evolution of his statements, both pre-interview, the interview, we don't know any of that.
I'm sorry? I was objecting again, same line of question. Okay, I'm going to have to see attorneys at sidebar. Let me see. Court reporter's ready, you may continue, yes.
Yeah, she gave me the nod.
All right, very good.
Remind me, colleagues of yours or yourself spoke to Raekwon Howard, right?
Yes,
That too was not recorded.
that's correct.
Let's talk about Natalie Gant. Now, we're showing you what's been entered into evidence. One of the state's exhibits. What's Natalie Gant's phone number?
I believe it's 904-485-7529.
And you've reviewed the cast report from the FBI agent, right?
Yes,
You recognize that, right?
here we go. Yes, sorry.
7529.
Yep.
Are you sure that's actually your phone number and it's not 7259? Let me strike that. Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you the subscriber info and the call detail records that you received?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Do me a favor. You're gonna go, if you're an Apple guy, you'll know.
1 second.
There, I'll hold it.
All right.
And you're gonna go back and forth between the two. So you can go like that. Then like that. Yep. If you wanna.
No, stop.
It's the wrong phone number, right?
Correct.
It's not 7529, it's 7259.
Correct.
Now, when dealing with a homicide investigation, accuracy is important, right?
It is.
If you bring an FBI agent to testify about the plotting of cell phone records, you need to make sure that you have the right number, right?
Yes,
Now, mistakes happen. This is incorrect, right?
that isn't.
7529 is not Natalie Gant's phone number. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
7259. No question from your investigation in this case that she was involved, right?
That's right.
She was never arrested.
No.
Now, the government asked you a line of questioning about Chris Brown and DNA that was inside of the car, and how Chris Brown's DNA wasn't inside of there. So, I'm just giving you a heading of where we're going. Dominique Barner's wasn't found in there either, right?
It was not.
In your conversation with Dominique Barner, specifically that interview, he tells you that Chris Brown was involved, right?
I said yes.
He says, well, Chris Brown was a lookout.
Before he left, or I don't know if you call it lookout or verifying the car information.
But Barner let you know, and I'm not saying that Barner said, he let you know Chris Brown was involved.
To an extent, yes.
You went, you tried to speak to Chris Brown like you did with Torgon Williams and Raekwon?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Did you go and try to speak to Chris Brown like you did Raekwon Howard and Torgon Williams?
Oliver, if that's the question, is there an objection to that question? Did he speak to Chris Brown? Okay, then you may proceed to answer the question.
Did you try to speak to him?
No.
Your Honor. Sir, I'm showing you what's been entered in as defense 1. Should be popping on. Oh. It's showing it.
And nothing's on any of the monitors.
Well, it's up at the top, but it's not showing at all.
No.
You can see like the time right at the top, or at least you can here. Oh, I'm plugged in. Full source. Screencasting. Okay. Where do you want it at? It's still crest on. There we go. Just took a minute, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you defense 1. It's Chris Brown, right?
Yes.
Butter pecan skin.
That is your judgment on his skin color, sure, that's fine.
This photo could have been put in a photo lineup and shown to Renata Boston, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever acquire? Now, Dominique Barnard has already said he was involved. That's a crime, right? What Dominique Barnard told you makes him an accomplice, a co-conspirator, co-defendant.
Yes, to an extent.
Now, the gradient on that, the extent, the spectrum, it's still pretty high on murder, right? Even on the low end.
Can be.
You didn't request any phone records for Chris Brown?
Never found any phone numbers connected to him.
I'm sorry?
I never found any phone numbers connected to him.
You never tried to find any?
No, with respect to the rest of the evidence as far as the cell phones are concerned, no.
No social media?
Sorry, no.
No social media?
No.
No search warrants?
No.
Nothing. You collected nothing on this man that Dominique Barnard, your star witness, you collected nothing on this man?
No.
Now, again, we're not getting up here and saying that it was Chris Brown. We're talking about objective and withdrawn, Your Honor. There was other people who would have had a motive to kill Charles McCormick, correct?
I can't speak to who wanted to kill Charles McCormick.
You investigated this case, right?
Yes, but I can't just say a group of people wanted to kill him.
There's a music group that you know to be known as ATK, right?
Correct.
There's more people that are affiliated with that group than have been mentioned during this examination, right?
Correct.
We know that there are multiple people in things like the Bang It Out music video, right?
Yes.
Those people very well could have a motive to also dislike Charles McCormick, right?
Could, but I can't be a spokesperson for ATK and what they would and would not do.
Malkeith Worthen,
Okay. Yes, sir. That's me.
a.k.a. Ksoo, did you look into him?
No.
Somebody that goes by the name of Sosa, did you look into him?
No.
Keonta Bullard?
No.
There's a whole bunch of other names, right?
Yes.
And any one of them could easily fit the description of the shooter.
Without literally sitting here looking at photos of them, I can't say. Sorry.
You didn't get any records for any of them?
No.
Didn't investigate any of them?
Nope.
From February 5th, 2020, possibly before that, you were focused on Hakeem Robinson.
And I'm sorry, say the dates again.
February 5th, 2020, when you sent out your first search warrant against a person, not against a vehicle.
To what date, sir? I'm sorry. I thought you were saying the date range, just why I'm confused.
Okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
Let's talk about the government exhibit. This may take a minute again. So on direct examination, you were shown some color-coded phone calls. It will take a minute to pop up here. Now, you were shown a series of phone calls. You remember these?
Yes.
And I think your words were there was a lot of activity, of a lot of communication, right?
Yes.
Now, the first one here in red, that's a conversation between, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's real small on this screen, between my client and his brother, Abdul Jr.
Can you like zoom in like a tad bit? Sorry.
And what exhibit is this?
This is 10F, States 239.
Okay.
So, sir, I'll make it easier for you. You'd agree that the communications with red is the state's belief that it involved my client, right? And what I can tell you, what I see here is that it's a conversation in between the number ending in 3604 and the known number for my client ending in 1595.
Yeah, yes, but I just asked you to zoom in just a tad bit, sorry. If you can. It's okay.
I think I can. Give me 1 second. That's what I didn't want to happen. So, unfortunately, it doesn't give me the ability to be able to do that cleanly.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna try to do it again. You see it any better now?
Yes, there we go.
Okay. So that is a phone call in between my client through his known number and his brother, right?
Yes.
And then you testified on direct that there was a lot of activity, you know, in and around the time of the murder, right?
Yes.
No red.
No red, no sir.
No red, none.
Not in the pages that are on my screen.
All these people talking back and forth, Dominique Barner, right?
Yeah,
Abdul Jr., Torgon Williams, no red.
No red.
One of the items that you have in evidence in this case is my client's actual phone for the 1595 number, right?
Yes.
You've looked through that.
Yes.
You've looked at the notes that are in there as well too, right?
The notes are kind of hard to look at on the Cellbrite reader.
So I'm now going to show you what's been entered in as state. We got Exhibit 9U 229. All right. Now the government entered into evidence these notes, but there's no date or time. You see that?
No.
It'll pop up in a it takes a minute to transfer. You see that, right?
Yes.
No date and time.
That is from the iCloud return.
But if you were to access the actual phone that we have here in court, you can see the actual date and time of those notes, right?
Potentially if they still exist on the device.
All right. So for instance, this first note, if we look into the phone, December 4th, 2018. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the phone?
Yeah, because I don't even see where you're getting the date from.
One second.
Yes.
So type that. Take a look at that note. Let me know if that helps.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So this first one, the one that the government entered into evidence, Real killer, I'm a hunter, you don't want to see me with a gun. That's actually from December 4th of 2018.
According to the note section, yes.
Do you know if any of those notes are within even a month of the shooting of Charles McCormick?
No, because I left to look at it through the Celebrate reader.
More so than the actual phone?
Yes, because that's what we go by, is a Celebrate reader.
But this is the Celebrate report, right?
Yes,
It says Celebrate.
but that's the iCloud, and I don't know, I'm just speaking, I don't know if, when it backs up, if it saves the dates. I can't speak to the efficacy of the backups.
So what we're showing you on the screen right now is the government's exhibit. You see Celebrate in the top right-hand corner, right?
I do?
There's no dates, there's no times, right?
Yes, and again, that's the iCloud warrant return.
Now, the whole purpose of Celebrate for the jury here is this, that cell phone, you're able to view it because it has an operating system, right?
Yes,
And so it organizes the information, right?
correct.
Now, when you get the information, the data from Apple, you need something to interpret all the data, right?
Yes,
And because you use PCs, you're not using an Apple iOS device operating system, you have Celebrate to understand and organize the information.
it puts it into a readable format, yes.
But it's still the same data.
But again, what I'm saying is it's an iCloud warrant return, so I don't know if it saves the dates and times when stuff was created.
All right. You have Celebrate in front of you, you have the actual phone.
Yes,
All of the information you have shows that it was December 4th, 2018, right?
or the phone, yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I will ask the question. Do you know if any of those are within a month of when the murder happened? Any of these notes in here?
I can't tell just from looking at the Celebrate reader.
You also search that phone for any emails whatsoever for House of Pain 904 at Gmail. Let me strike that, let me ask it in a different way. You've already said you reviewed the phone. There's nothing in there, even for emails that go back 5 years before the murder, that tied to House of Pain 904 at gmail.com.
Not that I recall.
Now, let's go to the one second for this to toggle over. Now. Huh? If it's with him. So I want to now, I want to make sure that this is not zoomed in. You remember on direct examination talking about the IP address, right?
Yes,
How you recognize that IP address.
correct.
Okay. So within the meta records, now at the same time we're showing this, but we're also talking about the meta records. For my client, you can see the IP address that was logged into during the time of the murder, right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. If you need to take a look at it, let me know, and I can refresh your recollection with it, okay?
Okay.
But you remember taking a look. Sec. You remember taking a look in that's what? 32 characters? Roughly for an IP address?
Roughly.
And that's a unique thing that's tied, like this computer right here, IP address. This laptop that I have, IP address. This phone, IP address. Right?
Yes.
You know from the medical records a unique IP address that my client was using during the time of, so basically, you can see that he was logged into his Instagram account under a certain IP address.
It has upload IP addresses as well.
It's not that IP address.
Literally, without looking at it, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look?
Yes.
Okay. 1 second, Your Honor. Counsel, page 6 of 6,717. So let me do this, if you need to reference it. I'll take the phone because the state wants it. On January 15, 2020, was my client logged in to Instagram, and do you see an IP address?
I do.
The IP address that you see in the meta records that are your evidence, it doesn't match the IP address of that upload, right?
From the information I got from T-Mobile, the first 4 of those little brackets you see are from the carrier itself. The last brackets are from the device. So they don't always match up. So the most important characters are the first 4 brackets you see there.
Now, you just brought up that you get a response from T-Mobile. You actually got what's called an objection back from T-Mobile, right?
Objection? I don't.
If I can approach.
Okay.
You actually requested from T-Mobile for any information with respect to the IP address from the meta records, right?
For that, but I had to, again, go ahead.
That's a yes, right?
That's yes.
Now, what you were asking for is T-Mobile. You have this 478-305-9583 number. Do you tie that at all to the IP address of my client as meta records?
I believe that IP address is in there. I can't, without using the data records to refresh my memory.
T-Mobile responded to you and said no, right?
Right.
You don't have any record of that.
But again, it's the first 4 blocks that are the important ones from my understanding.
The IP addresses do not match, correct?
Not the entire thing, no. But again, what I'm trying to say is the first 4 blocks is what they told me was the important part, that the carrier themselves had in their records. That makes sense. But that particular one, okay.
You asked T-Mobile about that, and in response, they said, do you know records were found?
But that's a different IP address. And that one, I'm sorry, the one that's currently on the screen for everybody to see, that one appears to be different because it's 2607, not 2601.
Do me a favor, and I'll re-ask the question.
Yep.
You see that?
Yep. No, what I'm saying is
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, because again, that's 2601, not 2607. It's different. That's the issue.
My question is to you. You communicated with T-Mobile, and we're trying to find out if they had any connection between the IP addresses, and the response that they gave you back was no.
And again, the reason is it's 2607, not 2601.
So are you saying that you made a mistake?
I'm human. It happens. I don't know if, but again, without looking at the actual subpoena request, I don't know if I provided them with the correct one and they gave me that. Again, I haven't seen it.
Of course, you followed up with the correct IP address.
Yes, I should have.
But you don't know.
I can't recall it as a minute. Again, this is 5 years of investigating work.
So as you sit here today, you have no way of saying that my client ever was logged into Instagram on that phone number 478-305-9583.
And I'm saying that the objection letter that you just showed me was 2607, not 2601. So the IP address is different, is what I'm saying.
I get that. I understand. You requested the wrong one. But you never followed up and got the right one.
I believe I did. I got a 47. I'm telling you, I got a record from that, the IP addresses.
Sitting here today, you can reference no piece of evidence that ties my client definitively to that phone.
Without going to, again, as I said, I've done an iCloud search warrant for the House of Pain. I've seen all the photos attached to it. Literally where I got that number from was from the IP addresses, from the Instagram account for Ksoo 23X. So that is how I tied it back to him.
We're talking about the IP address for my client's Meta. Of course, it's going to tie back to him. What I'm talking about are connections over to the 478-305-9583. Sitting here today, the only thing that you can reference is the House of Pain email, which we've already discussed, right?
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
All right. All right, is there any redirect?
Using what's on the Elmo? Because if not, I want to return to the clerk. That's right.
Won't you use the phone? Use it. You got an opportunity to look at it?
Sergeant, may it please the court?
Yes?
Thank you, Judge. So, turning to the screen in front of you that shows that YouTube video that defense counsel was just referencing,
Yes.
you see the address for the upload IP, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the first four digits or first four groupings of numbers are what exactly?
Sorry, 4 digits.
The first four groupings, 2601, colon, and then what's the next set of groupings?
344 colon C000 colon A990 colon.
And I think you were explaining or attempting to explain when you spoke to T-Mobile and you got records associated with requests that you sent in, you were also advised for an IP address what was the most pertinent part of the IP address. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Yes, the first 4 blocks are the most important
And what is your understanding as why the first four blocks are what you need to look at?
because the first 4 are assigned by the carrier, and then the last 4 come from the device itself.
And does the device itself, is that allowed to randomly pick the last 4 groupings of numbers as part of the IP address?
Yeah, if he has no personal knowledge about it, then I'll sustain the objection, but you can inquire to see if he does.
Do you have personal knowledge as to how the last 4 groupings of numbers are assigned?
From the record response I got from T-Mobile, that is what was indicated to me,
Which was what?
that the last 4 assigned by the device can be random.
I'm sorry, the last part I couldn't hear.
Last 4 can be random.
It'll be random, okay. So the first 4. So that specific 4 groupings, 2601, colon, 344, colon, C000, colon, A9990. You've seen that IP address before, correct?
Yes.
And going back to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account, the Ksoo 23X, where did you see that specific first 4 groupings of numbers for an IP address?
I remember it seen on the login IPs.
You recall the nail salon video posting,
Yes,
right? And was that on January 20th of 2020?
it was.
What was the first 4 grouping of numbers for that IP address?
It's the 2601 344 C's 000 A990 that you see there.
All right. And when you reviewed those Instagram records and saw those first 4 groupings for the IP address, is that what made you then send in subpoena requests trying to identify phone numbers associated with that IP address?
Yes.
And as a result of the records you obtained in response to that, what phone number did you identify?
478-305-9583.
And then you sent record requests to what company?
Apple.
And is that when you got the House of Pain iCloud account information back?
Yes.
Do you recall on direct a long time ago when you were looking at the cell phone records?
Sustained.
I apologize.
Well, I haven't heard the question.
When you were looking at the cell phone records for these phone numbers, 478-305-9583, do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Do you recall when that phone number was activated?
The date it was activated was 11/12 of 2019.
When was the House of Pain iCloud account activated in relation to that? Do you recall?
I believe it was the same day.
so when you were asked a bunch of questions about House of Pain, Gmail account, and not seeing any of that on 704-1595 number related to Hakeem Robinson going back 5 years, the House of Pain iCloud account didn't exist 5 years prior to that date. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
So it didn't come into effect, I believe, you said until when?
11/12 of 2019.
Now, when you reviewed the iCloud account associated with House of Pain, you were asked about photographs and videos and selfies. And there was, I believe your testimony was there were multiple selfies and photos. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you looked at hundreds of photos and videos on that iCloud account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, were all of those photos and all of those videos, did they all contain Hakeem Robinson?
For the most part, yes.
And it was either, let me ask it this way, were they either selfies or included Hakeem Robinson with someone else?
Yes, sir.
So it's not just a couple. So
Okay, sustained.
is it more than just a couple?
Yes.
In fact, it's hundreds.
Sustained.
Is it hundreds?
It was, yes.
You were asked questions about the 704-1595 cell phone number attributed to Hakeem Robinson, and I think you were shown some records showing activity on January 15th, 2020 in the morning. Is that right?
Yes.
Do those cell phone records show whether or not FaceTime calls were made?
No.
So that's not contained within call detail records?
Overruled.
Is
No,
it,
I'm sorry, say the question again.
are FaceTime calls contained within call detail records?
They're not.
Are FaceTime calls data files?
Yes.
Now, when reviewing the cell phone records for 704-1595, it was on in the early morning hours, a little after 5 a.m. I believe you testified previously. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
When did it stop receiving activity? Data, calls, when did all of that stop on January 15, 2020, if you recall?
I can't recall specifically, but I want to say it was around 9 a.m.
Would it help if you actually saw the records?
Yes.
Do you see what's on this monitor in front of you?
Yes,
All right. And are these those records for the 704-1595 number?
they are.
And currently, what time is reflected on these records for January 15, 2020?
It's 11:03 UTC time at the latest, and the earliest is 10:14 UTC.
So what would that equate to in Eastern Standard Time?
It's 5:14 a.m. for the 10:14, and for the 11:03 it is 6:03 a.m.
And then what is line 42? What time is that?
It's 12:11 or 7:11 a.m.
Line 43, the very next line for activity, what time is reflected?
18:10.
What is that?
That would be -5, 1, 1:10.
So prior to that activity at 7:11 a.m., and then the next activity is not till 1:10 p.m.?
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Activity stops at what time?
12:11. I'm sorry, which is 7:11
a.m.?
a.m.
And then the next activity is how many hours later approximately?
The next activity is at 1:10 p.m.
So from the period of 7 a.m. approximately till a little after 1 p.m., there was no activity on the records for that phone.
Well, no standing objections here, but I will sustain the objection.
Was there any activity on the phone between the hours of 7 a.m. and 1 p.m.?
According to these records, no.
You were asked a lot of questions about different witnesses at the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, and in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in this case, was it somewhat unique that you actually had a dash cam video that captured the murder.
Yes.
And on that dash cam video, can you actually see Mr. McCormick before he is killed?
Yes.
Can you also see the shooter?
Yes.
And based on the witnesses that were on the scene, do you recall Victor Kruger?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Tashita Saunders?
Yes.
Who were the two witnesses that were the closest to this shooting?
Ms. Saunders and Mr. Kruger.
And are you aware of the descriptions they provided?
Vaguely, without refreshing my notes. Looking at my notes.
But they were asked.
They were.
And they were the two closest. With regard to other witnesses that were further away, that they provided some descriptions, correct?
Correct.
And did those descriptions vary among the civilians that were at different locations, different vantage points?
Yes.
And with regard to Miss Boston, who was at the apartment complex on Arlington Expressway, you were asked about showing her a photo spread, is that right?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she would have been able to identify the person if she saw them again?
I don't believe she did.
Would that have factored into whether or not a photo spread was shown to her?
Yes.
You were asked a lot of questions about Dominique Barner and Chris Brown. Is the only evidence in this case throughout the entire investigation that you received that brings Christopher Brown into it Dominique Barner himself?
Overruled.
Yes.
So if Dominique Barner wouldn't have mentioned Christopher Brown to you, is there any other piece of evidence that you have that would have told you he may have been involved in any way?
No.
And Dominique Barner is a co-defendant of Christopher Brown in a separate homicide case, the Damon Rothmel case, is that right?
That's correct.
And is Dominique Barner testifying against Christopher Brown in that homicide case?
I believe he is.
And so, is Dominique Barner protecting Christopher Brown in that other case?
No.
Okay. If he knows, he can answer. Otherwise, I'll sustain the objection.
Is he a witness against Christopher Brown in the other homicide case?
He is.
Now, your investigation and the evidence that you collected in this case, does it go beyond Dominique Barner?
Yes.
Now, going back to the dash cam video for a moment, did that identify a vehicle in this case?
It did.
And what vehicle was that?
A silver Nissan Altima.
And was that silver Nissan Altima pursued out of the shopping plaza?
It was.
And it crashed?
It did.
Based on the dash cam video as well as the video surveillance you recovered from the Townsend neighborhood, how many suspects were you looking for related to the Nissan Altima?
3.
And one of those individuals you believe to be Dominique Barner?
Yes.
And he's confessed?
Yes.
So that leaves how many more suspects?
2.
How many guns were recovered in the car?
2.
And what were they?
It was a Glock handgun and an M&P rifle.
And were both of those, and let's talk about the rifle, was the rifle loaded?
Yes.
Where was the rifle located in that Nissan Altima?
The rear floorboard.
And on that rear seat, what else was located?
A white T-shirt.
And was there DNA on that white T-shirt?
There was.
Whose?
I believe it was Mr. Whitaker's.
And then in the front of the vehicle, was there something else that was located?
Another white shirt.
And what DNA was on that?
Hakeem's. Robinson, sir.
And the firearm, that Glock that was up in the front seat, had fingerprints?
Yes.
Whose fingerprints?
Hakeem Robinson's.
So if you have 3 suspects and you remove Dominique Barner, who's confessed, and you are left with 2, how many pieces of forensic evidence or DNA or fingerprints do you have were suspects in that vehicle?
3.
Identified.
Sorry, 3.
Take Dominique Barner out of it.
Oh, sorry, 2.
And those are for who?
Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Robinson.
Overruled.
Now, going from that Nissan Altima down further further down Townsend to 1033 Townsend, Miss Buckley's residence, right?
Yes.
And how many suspects were believed to be involved in that, according to Miss Buckley?
2.
And did you get DNA results during the course of this investigation related to 2 different individuals in Miss Buckley's home?
Yes.
Who were they?
Dominique Barner and Larry Whitaker.
Going back to a question that was asked of you regarding Miss Boston and Christopher Brown, you were shown a photograph, a defense exhibit of Christopher Brown, and asked if he had butter pecan skin tone.
Yes.
In your opinion, looking at that photograph and looking at Hakeem Robinson, do they have the same skin tone?
Roughly.
Does Barner know who the shooter is in this case?
I believe he does, yes.
Natalie Gant. There are several questions regarding her phone records, right?
Yes.
You receive her phone records.
Yes.
All right. And the subscriber information.
Yes.
Did you submit the correct phone records to the FBI agent to see if they could map them?
Yes.
So regardless of whether or not there is a scrivener's error on his report, did he receive the correct records from you?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes?
Sergeant, did you, when you received the 704-1595 number, cell phone, did you review it?
Yes.
And did you review the data that was able to be recovered from it?
Yes.
And I know that you were asked some questions regarding notes on that phone by defense counsel a few moments ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
The notes that you were shown, were there additional notes that you saw on that phone?
Yes.
Including those, or were there notes that were close in time to Charles McCormick murder?
Yes, closer in time than the ones he showed me, yes.
Some even from the same month?
I'm sorry.
Were there some from the same month of 2020, January 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes?
Can you take a look at this device for a moment and tell me if you recognize that specific note, sir?
Objection, proper, refreshing, I don't know, refreshing, teaching. The witness didn't say I don't know.
Okay. Is there a question that precedes this?
Do you remember verbatim the note in January of 2020?
No.
With looking at this device and allowing me to read that note, refreshing that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what when that note was made?
The note was made on January 31st of 2020.
And can you tell us what the content of that note is?
Objection,
And what's the objection?
sidebar.
All right. Let me see court and counsel.
is from January 31st of 2020.
Is that a note that is contained on that phone?
Yes.
And are there notes that are in close proximity to the time of the murder on January 2020?
Without looking at the phone, I can't say exactly.
That one of those notes in close proximity to the time of the murder?
Yes.
There were some questions regarding communications between Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account and Raekwon Howard. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And specifically, questions going back between communications into, I believe, December of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware whether or not Hakeem Robinson's mother's home was shot up in December of 2019?
And the grounds? Okay, I don't understand the relevance. I'll give you one question to try to tie it up.
In relation to the communication between Hakeem Robinson and Raekwon Howard, who are on opposite groups, right?
Yes.
I believe there were questions related to why they would be communicating kind of jovially, right?
Yes.
Was there still indications that there was friction between the two groups?
Overruled. If he knows he can answer, if not, then I will sustain.
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. So regardless of the communication taking place between Hakeem Robinson and Raekwon Howard, opposite groups, was there still indications that there was friction between the two groups?
Yes.
Did Raekwon Howard personally put out a diss song regarding Willie Addison?
No.
Who did that?
Mr. McCormick.
You were asked a lot of questions about Abdul Robinson Sr.'s email account, is that right?
I don't know if it was his Gmail account as much as it was his Instagram account.
Okay, excuse me, Instagram account. Did you identify Abdul Robinson Sr.'s cell phone number?
Yes.
And did you actually, in fact, recover that cell phone?
Yes.
As well as cell phone records associated with that number for the time of January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And based on the records that you received for Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone number, did you submit that to FBI so that it could be mapped as well?
Yes.
And did those results tell you exactly where Abdul Robinson Sr.'s device was on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And did you also get video surveillance from 1430 Townsend Boulevard that captured a vehicle on January 15, 2020?
I did.
And do you recall what vehicle was captured?
An orange Dodge Challenger.
And based on Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone records, was he anywhere near the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza at the time of the murder?
All right, if you'll clarify the question.
Based on the cell phone records you obtained for Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone number, was that device located in the area of the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza at the time of the murder?
It was not.
And the two 478 area code numbers in this case, one 478-305-9583, the other 478-491-2831, I believe.
Yes.
Those were both activated on the same account?
Yes.
And were they activated on the same day?
They were.
And the 478-491-2831 you identified as belonging to who?
Abdul Robinson Jr.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Cooper. As I've told the jury, if anyone needs to reach you in any type of emergency, we are here to receive messages and convey them to you without delay. So juror number 4 on this jury, your husband needs you to call him immediately. So we're going to take a recess. I'll let you go ahead and leave quickly first. Good. Do we have Ms. Mathis? Sorry, Ms. Mathis. And we'll go back on recess. Everyone can have their deserved break. But right during the recess, as you know, I excused both juries because juror number 4's husband needed her to call him immediately. She's just gotten word her daughter's being life-flighted to a hospital. She is upset. I could tell from when the door was open, she is crying. I'll let the parties inquire if they want, but Ms. Schlax, if you'll talk to your client about what he wants to do. Was originally juror 29. That means your alternate number 2 would now be on the jury, and that is who was originally juror 62, who neither side had objections to when he was seated as an alternate. But just so you, if you want to look through your notes and whatnot. Okay.
Quite frankly,
Yeah, if he can come right up here. And I may also just, you can put your hand down, sir. I might also just, once the state formally rests, just ask him if that's. But Mr. Whitaker, you of course have been seated here throughout the course of the trial, and you've seen and heard all the testimony and evidence that the state has been presenting against you. Is that correct? And you understand that it's the state's burden to prove these two charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
That means that you do not have the burden to prove or disprove anything in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That also means that you do not have to testify in this case. You have the absolute right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
But of course, that also means, if you wish, you have the right to testify if you choose to do so. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this decision of whether or not to testify or not testify is yours and yours alone to make. You have a very skilled attorney whose advice you should certainly listen to and consider. But at the end of the day, the only person who can decide whether to testify in this case is Leroy Whitaker. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you choose not to testify in this case, I will advise the jury, as I already have, that every defendant has a right to remain silent, and that at no time is it the duty of the defendant, or I should say, that at no time does the defendant or is the jury permitted to draw any inference of guilt from your exercising of your right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I will also instruct them that the fact that you did not take the witness stand must not influence their verdict in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, if you choose to testify, you will be treated like any other witness. You will come forward, you will be placed under oath, you will sit in that chair where all the witnesses have been seated throughout the trial, and then you will be examined by your attorney, and then you would be cross-examined by the state attorney. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And like with any witness, if you have any convictions for felonies or crimes of dishonesty, your credibility could be impeached with the existence of those convictions. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just so we're all on the same page, does Mr. Whitaker have any convictions for felonies or crimes of dishonesty? Okay, and that's your estimation as well, Ms. Schlax?
I think he had adjudicated as a delinquent, as a juvenile, but
Okay. As adult, okay.
he was only 19.
All right. So, Mr. Whitaker, have you had enough time to consult with your attorney about whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Has she answered all of your questions to your satisfaction with regard to that issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to consult with her about whether or not you wish to testify? Have you made a decision about whether or not you wish to testify? And what decision have you made? You don't want to testify. Has anyone threatened you or coerced you in any way in order to get you to make that decision? Has anyone promised you anything in order to get you to make that decision? Are you making that decision freely, willingly, and voluntarily? Okay. In addition, Ms. Schlax has announced that she is not going to be calling any additional witnesses. She's cross-examined all these witnesses, but she's not going to be calling any witnesses in a defense case. Do you understand that? And do you agree with that decision? Were there any witnesses you wanted her to call that she's not calling? Were there any documents or other exhibits and evidence that you wanted her to introduce that she's not introducing? Have you been satisfied with her representation to this point? All right. And now again, because the state hasn't formally rested, once they rest and once we come back together for what's called the judgment of acquittal argument, I'm going to just ask you one last time to make sure you haven't changed your mind and that you still do not want to testify. You understand? All right. So, because up until that point, if you change your mind and wish to testify, you are free to do so. You understand that? Okay, then you may resume your seat. All right. Okay, we have everyone here. Is everyone ready to bring the jury out and conclude with the testimony of this witness? Okay. Then let's Jury's out, and let's continue. Thank you.
He's coming up the escalator now.
Okay. Well, may we continue with the redirect, since that was your witness, Mr. DeCoste?
Sure, Your Honor.
She's
Okay.
walking in now.
All right, very good. Okay, we've got both Mr. Atkinson and Ms. Kawas, and we're going to continue then with the redirect of the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Sergeant, you were asked about some exhibits that are in evidence regarding Dominique Varner, photographs that were taken of him on January 15, 2020.
Yes.
When Hakeem Robinson was arrested in September of 2020, there would have been a booking photograph taken of him at that time as well, right?
Yes.
And additionally, during the course of the investigation, based on cell phone exams and other records that you have obtained that are in evidence, did you find photographs of Hakeem Robinson close in time to the murder of January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And did those photographs show what Hakeem Robinson looked like in January of 2020?
Yes.
And there were some questions regarding the Bang It Out video and the fact that there were guns in Hakeem Robinson's hands, as well as some other individuals. Is that right?
Yes.
The fingerprint that was found on the Glock handgun in the Nissan Altima, where was that print? Was it on the handle or was it on the slide?
I believe it was on the slide.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let me give you one other instruction that I failed to give you before you viewed the YouTube video that has been moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 193. that, if you recall, is the video that was lacking in audio for the most part. So, ladies and gentlemen, the court instructs you that that recording has been edited to eliminate the irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view, listen to, or consider that evidence. But with the close of this witness, and I'll call upon the state. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its case. This does require us to take up a matter, once again, outside of your presence. I promise it shouldn't take long, and then we will be continuing here shortly, but I'm going to have to ask you to once again leave your notepads on your seats and have a step into your respective jury rooms, and then we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can. Sorry. Sir, you're free to go. Thank you. Mr. Barner testified that he had the intent in the early morning hours of the 15th, that he's with Chris Brown going out to the apartment complex, that he's calling Abdul Robinson. He does not articulate any conversation or any actions by my client that would actually constitute, and therefore we would ask the court to direct a verdict as to that count in our favor. Additionally, Your Honor, in regards to the burglary charge, again, the testimony was that allegedly the second intruder, once again, not any real testimony of what he supposedly said or did to show any kind of intent to commit any kind of offense within the Buckley home. And so we would also ask for a directed verdict as to count 2, because the only evidence of supposedly any actions, again, relies on the credibility All right, thank you. State wish to respond?
Unless the court has any specific questions, the evidence is clear and the light is favorable to the state that the defendant is a full participant in first-degree murder as well as the burglary of assault and battery. All elements were satisfied based on the testimony of Dominic Barner and Robin. So specific questions for all that.
Okay, thank you. Well, of course, as the parties know, as the attorneys are well aware, at this juncture, the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Any issues of credibility of Mr. Barner or any other witness that has testified is strictly an issue for the jury to determine. Based upon that, I'm going to find that in the light most favorable to the state, that the state has established a prima facie case as to first-degree murder and as a principle, and burglary with an assault or battery, given not only Dominic Barner's testimony, but of course Barbara Buckley's testimony, and deny the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. All right, I'll hear from defendant for Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, on behalf of Mr. Robinson, first, the defense would like to review all previous motions and objections, including any motions that were made during jury selection. At this time, taking the light most favorable to the state, the defense would move for its first judgment of acquittal, understanding that the level at this time is a prima facie showing, and that the court must take evidence in light most favorable to the state. The main issue in this case is whether or not the shooter in this case is in fact Mr. Robinson. We did hear from the state's lead detective that yes, there was DNA evidence, yes, there was fingerprint evidence, but those in and of themselves did not place him in the car at the time of the murder, and that those were insufficient to probably cause him to make an arrest at that time. The car at that time was stolen for 2 months, so there was no way to know when those items were put in. The only evidence that they have presented that the truth is in fact Robinson's true words of Dominic Barner. I believe at this time that his credibility has been attacked to a point where the court cannot take the evidence that he is presenting as true, and that we have sufficiently attacked his credibility, and at this time I would request the court, based on that premise, grant our also charge of acquittal. He's only charged with one unpleaded offense, which is first-degree premeditated murder. That's the only argument I'm going to make, Judge, because I believe the state will concede that their theory is that he is the shooter, so I'm not going to make any other argument as it relates to, principle or anything like that. That is the basis.
Okay, thank you. And likewise, again, as you've acknowledged, in the light most favorable to the state, I will find that the state has established a prima facie case as to murder in the first degree for Mr. Robinson. Again, the credibility of the witnesses, whether Mr. Barner, Abdul Sr., or anyone else, is for the jury's determination. Given that and the testimony that we've heard over the course of the week, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. All right. Then, when we bring the jury back, I'm going to turn to Mr. Whitaker's table. I'm going to ask if Defendant Whitaker has any evidence it wishes to present. You can rest in their presence if you are not going to call anybody. And so, as I promised you I would, now, Mr. Whitaker, that the state has formally and officially rested from the moment just not too long ago that I colloquied with you, that I talked to you, have you changed your mind at all about whether or not you wish to testify? If you could please stand, sir. Thank you. And is it still your intention that you do not want to testify in this case? Okay, sir, thank you. So, so that we don't then have to send the jury back out, do you want to make your second JOA now?
Yes, Your Honor, we would renew our motion, again pointing out to the court the credibility of Mr. Barner and the absence of any specificity or detail to give this court any kind of confidence that Mr. Barner has articulated that my client is a principal.
All right, thank you. I'll deny the second motion for judgment of acquittal. And so then when we return, as stated, Defendant Whitaker will rest in the presence of the jury, and then I'm going to turn to Defendant Robinson and ask if the defense for Mr. Robinson has any witnesses it wishes to call. So, Ms. Kawas, did you have an opportunity to check with the presence to defense? Did you have any testifying this afternoon? Okay. Okay.
in my opinion, they're fairly short witnesses. I would like to remind, the first one is Javaris Roberts, to remind that he doesn't wish for his face to be shown.
Okay.
So if we could accommodate that. And the only other thing he was asking is about if I could get a letter from the court for his job, saying that he needed to leave.
Yes, we'll get him a letter. Madam Clerks, can we do that? So before we leave today, we can provide him a letter of some sort?
I apologize. We had him subpoenaed for yesterday and today, so he's been kind of like just available. If we could just do that for the 2 days, right? I mean, he has our defense subpoena, but it says for the week, but I just think that he has that for Monday. If we could get anything from the court saying there's
Okay, we'll excuse him for yesterday and today. Okay.
And Your Honor, my client and I would like to absent ourselves for any further testimony.
All right, since these are not your witnesses, okay. Well, let me just confirm with Mr. Whitaker, you don't wish, Mr. Whitaker, if you'll please stand again. Of course, your case is rested. These are not going to be your witnesses. These are Mr. Hakeem Robinson's witnesses, but you wish to be absent during that part of the testimony? And you don't want your attorney to question those witnesses in any way? All right, and have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorney about that? And has she answered all your questions to your satisfaction with regard to that issue? All right, and this is for just Mr. Howell and Mr. Roberts who are going to testify today, or does this include witnesses for tomorrow?
I will reconfirm with Mr. Poston and Ms. Glass, but I do not anticipate any testimony that I think would be helpful to our jurors or would be helpful to our case. Honestly, we were speaking of things that have no application to Mr. Whitaker or Mr. Whitaker.
So then does Mr. Whitaker's jury even need to be here?
We're not going to do what they do.
No, right, that's what, I just wanted to be sure.
Let them go. That's our primary reason.
Okay,
For absenting ourselves. And I will stay, Your Honor, because I understand that the court's going to want my physical presence at the charge conference, and Mr. Whitaker will have to stay as well to handle that charge conference.
are we doing charge conference today?
Whatever the court wants.
Okay. Well, we'll see what time we get to, because, I have to excuse the staff as well, and it's already past 5 o'clock. But what's the state's position? I mean, if these witnesses are not being called by Defendant Whitaker, can't Defendant Whitaker's jury be excused?
Probably. It just makes me nervous. I don't know. I appreciate what the shop's saying. But we're talking about the witnesses that were at the scene. And I don't know whether they come out.
Okay. Is that a legal objection?
It is a good objection because, we were planning on doing, the whole purpose, we joined these trials, and there's been no evidence that one jury is hearing something they shouldn't hear. Now, we are going to separate the witnesses from evidence, and I'm uncomfortable. Because I don't know how that's going to play into the closings, and I don't know, there's no unringing the bell, if something should come up in the direct or cross. Suddenly, Mr. Whitaker and Schlack says, oh my gosh, we need that. They're not here. And I appreciate what they're saying. I'm not criticizing, I don't understand what they're not here. I'm just, these trials have been tried together, they're not severed, and these are witnesses being called. They will talk about the case. So
Well, and
I think
if we do this, then we would need to do two closings.
right, the state does not want to do two closings, we want to do one closing in front of both juries. And again, there's no evidence here. It's rejoined. I don't anticipate any evidence presented by Robinson would not be admissible against the defendant. So although it may not be overly probative, it's not prejudicial. They have already, through the course of this trial, listened to a ton of evidence that relates only to one defendant and vice versa. So we don't have much time, and I think we can crack through this pretty quickly. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I think that's, my legal objection is these defendants are joined, we're taking evidence, they shouldn't be dismissed.
What is the prejudice for you to remain, Ms. Schlacks, if I don't grant your request to absent yourself during this part of the trial, given that the defendants were indeed joined in the indictment to be tried together?
Your Honor, my understanding of what they intend to
Okay, well, here's my ruling. They were joined in the indictment. We're going to try them together. The only reason we would separate jury information, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last witness of the evening. All right, sir, if you'll please come forward and be sworn.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, be sure to sit closely to those microphones and please speak loudly and clearly into them. Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I take it from the uniform you're a police officer?
Yes, sir.
What's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I want to turn your attention to January 14th of 2020, at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you remember being in your department's property room on that day?
Yes.
While you were in the property room, did you see my client, Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Did you sit down and have a conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, the case that we have before these juries happens less than 24, right around 12 hours later, 12 to 18 hours later. I want to ask you questions about what my client looked like.
Okay.
Do you remember what his hair looked like?
Somewhat, yeah.
Now, if we can use the gentleman here with the gray suit and the red shirt, would you agree that my client's hair was around the same length, maybe a little bit longer, but twisted?
Correct, yes. It was, I think, a little bit longer than that.
It wasn't dreads down to his chin?
No, not at all.
It was consistent with that type haircut where it's trimmed around the edges, twists, maybe a little bit longer,
From what I remember.
but not much longer.
From what I remember, yeah. I can't recall too much, though.
Sergeant, I have two questions for you. You had a conversation for what, maybe about a half hour with my client?
If that, yes.
Would you ever use the word slender to describe Hakeem Robinson?
I would not know.
What about short?
No.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Any cross?
Yes, Your
Good evening, Sergeant Howell. Hey, how are you, sir? Good. Have you had the opportunity to view video recording at the JSO property room that shows Defendant Robinson and your interaction? Prior to coming in here? Yes, sir. No. Would that help refresh your memory about how the Defendant Robinson looked at the time of your interaction? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Identification 10R, the videos. They have been part of discovery. I've shown you. I've downloaded it onto my computer, so it makes it easier to move around. Showing you the lobby, Sergeant Howell.
Objection. This is refreshing. The witness can look at it. Ask the question again.
Okay.
Let me ask this. Is this video taken on, does this video
Okay. I need to hear the question. I mean, if,
taken
uh-huh.
on January 14th fairly and accurately display Hakeem Robinson when he comes to the property?
All right, I'll overrule the objection to that question. That's an appropriate question.
Right here, correct. He's got a hoodie over his head, correct. And Sergeant, as we fast forward through that video, do we see you? Yes. And are you in a red t-shirt in this video? Yes. Your Honor, this time I would move into evidence states R.
Okay, any objection? All right, let me see it. All right, you ready, Madam Court Reporter? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a little bit back out of order. We're going to go back to direct examination, and then Mr. Mizrahi will conclude his cross. Yes.
I'm sorry. Clerk first. I got you.
One brief moment, Your Honor, while we
All right.
mark. Your Honor, if Your Honor allows, I could lay the foundation while that's being marked.
All right, and just for the record, we're marking what? Defense Exhibit number 2?
Pre-marked is defense 3.
Okay, defense. Okay, then no need to lay the predicate. Defense Exhibit number 3 shall be marked into evidence.
Sergeant, have you had an opportunity to look at defense 3?
I don't know what defense 3 is.
All right. Did you, in the hallway before coming in here, have a chance to take a look at some videos from the property room?
Yes.
It's got you wearing the red shirt.
Yes.
It's got Mr. Robinson first getting dropped off out front, walking into the facility, going inside,
Yes.
and then you having a conversation with him and him exiting?
Yes.
All right. You reviewed that before you testified?
Yes.
And in any way, did that change the testimony that you gave in here?
No, I mean, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hair, build, height?
Like I said, hair from what I saw from the front, correct. That's what the size of what we're saying Mr. Whitaker is.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, cross-exam, continuation.
Sure, I might publish statement.
All right.
Is this the laptop in HDMI? You're good. You're good. Texas. Okay. Sergeant Howard was showing you Defense Exhibit 3. Is that the defendant, Mr. Hakeem Robinson, wearing a hoodie? Yes. Does Defense 3 fairly and accurately depict the way Hakeem Robinson looked on January 14th of 2020? Yes. I'm going to show you a couple more brief ones. First of all, the lobby. Again, Defense Exhibit 3, is this the inside of the property room, Sergeant? Yes, that is. I'm going to fast forward just to show the jury, you're generally the same build as you were at the time? Yes. Meaning today versus,
What is that?
the computer
Dennis
just
Quaid?
froze up.
Okay, sorry.
Is, Sergeant, is that you in the red shirt here? And you're, who are you talking to? It'd be Mr. Robinson, yes, and that's me. And then one more angle. In Defense Exhibit number 3, do we see the door here where Mr. Robinson is leaving? So we're seeing in Defense 3, in the red shirt, is that you, Sergeant?
Yes,
And in front of you is Mr. Hakeem Robinson?
correct.
And Sergeant, approximately what was your height and weight at the time in January of 2020?
Then was 6'3", 15.
Sergeant, was the defendant, Hakeem Robinson, was there to pick up a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Have a moment now.
Okay.
That's all the questions.
All right, any questions from Mr. Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, does that video change in any way what you saw with your own eyes that day?
No, I mean,
Mr. Robinson is neither nor skin.
correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I lied. There is one more short witness. I'm so sorry. Shorter. So we are going to call this last witness, and then we will be excused for the day. Thank you. So defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Michael Williams.
Okay. All right, so if you'll be sure to sit closely to the microphone. right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for the evening, or I should say you are going to recess for the evening. I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads behind. We're going to lock them, secure them, return them to you when we reconvene tomorrow to continue with the case.
Welcome to a moment of calmness from One A Day. That's right, a calming moment from a vitamin brand. Wait, don't zone out yet. One A Day multivitamins help provide nutritional support for your well-being as part of a healthy lifestyle. Whether you're navigating a busy day or seeking quiet reflection, One A Day vitamins are here for you. Choose clarity, choose wellness, choose One A Day multivitamins. Science that matters for nutritional support. Grab your One A Day vitamins at your favorite retailer today.
There, and when they tried to roll back some of the tort reform, which people said was going to be a huge increase in insurance, he held the line against that, and I think that that's really, really significant. So he deserves credit for that. So we're here today. It's interesting. So we're going to talk about our new permanent back-to-school sales tax holiday that I signed into law recently. And on the one hand, it occurred to me when we were getting ready to do this, I'd be like, man, we're already getting ready to go back to school. That went very quickly. But on the other hand, it was like, we're kind of at that, we got a rising third grader, rising second grader, a rising kindergartner. I think the First Lady and I are kind of at the point in the summer where we're looking forward to school resuming. We've done some fun things. They've done camps. They've done a lot. It's been active. But we're kind of like, it's like, now they're kind of around, when they're not in the camp, where they're around the house a lot, and it just creates, so, it's fine. We have fun, but you just reach the end of the summer where you're doing that. So we're somewhat looking forward to that. I think it'll be fun. But this is, what we're announced today is actually new for Florida, the way it's been done. It's longer and permanent, which really makes a difference. But I think if you look around the country, what state has been ranked number one in economy for 3 years in a row? The state of Florida. What state has been ranked one in education freedom year after year? The state of Florida. What state is ranked number one for talent development? State of Florida. What about entrepreneurship? State of Florida. Higher education? State of Florida. New business creations? State of Florida, number one. Large state economic growth? Yes, you guessed it, the state of Florida, number one. So we're proud of that, and there's a lot that goes into that. We've got a lot of great people here. We've got a lot of talented folks that really work hard, but we have a framework of good policy that really makes it possible for people to realize their dreams. And that's not true in every part of the country. There's a lot of state and city governments that really work against people, and almost is like they don't want them to succeed with their really wrong-headed policies. And whether that's crime and releasing criminals, not being serious about holding people accountable, whether that's excessive taxes, whether that's onerous bureaucracy and red tape and regulation, whether that's injecting woke ideology into every aspect of American life. Like, all that stuff's been tried and it's failed. It looks like New York City, they may want to double down on this stuff with electing this guy mayor. We'll see what happens there, but I know that would be devastating for the city there if they were to do that. So we've gone about it the other way, different, and we've always been very supportive of taxpayers. So we have no income tax in Florida, which obviously everybody knows, but we also have one of the lowest tax burdens per capita, state tax burdens per capita in the entire United States, and we intend to keep it that way. And we are always looking for ways to return money to the taxpayers in a variety of ways, and we've done that. So since I've been governor, we've